there is a backup. Because if you know future problems, let me tell you.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Bronze Reaper podcast. I'm your host, Rosalind Perkins, and today we got a great show. Should white America support Pan Africanism? Hold on one second. What is that? Okay. Should Pan Africanism? Should white America support Black reparation? The reason why I wanted to do that topic question. Let's think out the box today. Let's think out the box today. Hold on. The reason why I want y'all to think out the box today. Hold on. I thought I put this joint on. The reason why I want y'all to think out the box today, is because I don't want you to think emotional. I want y'all to think ethically and ethically honorable and logical. The reason why I want you to think those three key components. Give me a second. Notice how it's only the homosexuals and Jewish folks when it comes to the one. I'm not getting what you're saying, Snow Bunny King, but whatever. That's DSA types. Um, I want y'all. I need you to stay on topic today, St. Michael's. I made this topic specifically for you. Um, the reason why I'm saying what I'm saying is because should white America support Black reparations? What do you think? Before we start, please don't forget to like and subscribe and comment in the live chat. And when you comment in the live chat, please share. It helps out with the algorithm and it helps out with the show. Asking in the title of your stream. The question. Yes, I'm literally. No, you're not. You're talking about homosexuality and shit. And FBA narratives. I need you to stick on topic, man. Stop doing that white people shit. And when I mean that white people shit, when you ask a question, you answer a question that nobody asked you. I don't know where you get about homosexuality and small hats. That shit ain't got nothing to do with reparation. I'm talking about should white America support reparations? It's a yes or no. We don't want to hear your your pseudo intellectual thoughts. I need you to answer the question. I think they're extremely dystopian. Both FBAs have got since 1965 more than makeup. What the fuck are you talking? Give me a second. Let me talk a little bit, St. Michael's, before you just start rambling. And today's Friday, so all you broke ass niggas who wants to jump on and I will drop the link for you today because it's tough out here. I know, man. You know, that's not answering the question. Answering the question is a yes or no. You did not give me a yes or no, so definitely yes. All Americans and people that immigrates to America should support reparations. Should support reparations. Africans owe FBA's reparations too. I do agree with that too, baby. Shout out to you there. Ooh. But yeah, should Black American? The reason why I asked this question because I never. We don't want to talk about it's gonna crumble the economy and all this and that and it's kind of too late. My great granddaddy was born in 1892, so I don't know what people are talking about. And His father was born, I don't know when, but he was born. So he was born in probably damn near the slave era. Um, he is calling other folks while at the same time streaming for his. What the fuck are you talking about? What's up, yo? Are you? Do you have a fetish against black mothers and stuff like that? I'm asking you a question, Saint Michael's. Do you have a thing for black mothers? It sounds like some slave shit. It sounds like some Thomas Jefferson. I'm getting Thomas Jefferson vibes. This is I have to ask that, man. You always talk about mamas, Grammys, and stuff like that. You got a thing for grandmothers, huh? You like the the gift pussy as they call it, don't you, Saint Michael's? You seem like one of them nasty little perverts and shit like that. You give me Chud the Builder era. I mean aura. You know. Let me ask you a question, Saint Michael's, and this is a serious question. Do you like when women penetrate you? I'm just asking the question. St. Michael's, do you like when women penetrate you? I had to ask it, you know? And you look like your grandpa's. It's not a suit, it's just a dress shirt and an ascot. I don't know you know what an ascot is, but it's an ascot. If you notice, I wear it a lot. Um, it's old school, it's you really don't get into stuff like that because you're not, it's just not you, probably, St. Michael's. It's a- but yeah, it's an ascot. Um, I don't support FBA narratives, aka I am not gay. You are a gay white man. If you get penetrated, St. Michael's, then you anchor for other than coochie. Maybe bussy, but and there's nothing wrong if you like bussy, Chug the Builder like bussy. And let me ask you a question, St. Michael's. Are you a small hat? It's all right if you are. I like Jewish people. I think Jewish people are very cool. Lenny Kravitz is Jewish every single time. I'm just asking you a question. Are you because I've been coming in contact with a lot of people who are Jewish that don't like other Jews and Jewish people, and it's becoming a problem in my neck of the woods. I don't know why y'all do that. Why don't y'all like your own kind? Can I ask you a question, say Michaels? Why don't you like your own kind? You know, and you could just say, yo, you don't like Black Americans' narrative. So what if she was? Let me ask you a question. So what if she was? Let's play hypothetical. If she was, what's the problem, St. Michael's? Do you like Lenny Kravitz? Do you like Lenny Kravitz music? His father's a small hat. What's wrong with that? She's more ethically Jewish than Lenny Kravitz. What are you talking about? Lenny, what are you talking about? Like, this is the thing about you white supremacists. And I always had a problem with y'all. My problem with y'all is whenever anything that connects negative to you, like let me ask you a question, St. Michael's. Do you eat babies? Because historically, your people have eaten babies, black babies especially, black humans. Let alone black genitals, because they thought, if they ate black genitals, they would get a big wee wee too. I'm just asking a question. I'm going historical. Historically, your people have eaten people. You know, you were the American cannibalists. So I'm just asking the question, St. Michael's. Is it all right if I ask that question, or is it like, oh no, I feel uncomfortable with answering that question about my people? St. Michael's, I'm asking a question. Why can't you answer the question? Why I gotta be a clown because I asked the question? I asked the question, do you like to eat babies? You said you had money, so I'm thinking you're an elite. A lot of these elitists eat babies. So I'm asking you a question. Do you like to eat babies? Don't you got money? Don't you got like thousands of millions of dollars? Or was you just faking it? I'm not saying you're a Weinstein or an Epstein. I'm just saying, nigga, do you? It's a yes or no. Look at how little it takes for him to. I'm asking you a question. It's Friday. I can't. This is a thing about white supremacists. They always talk this masculine shit. The once I start asking questions about them and stuff like that, this is when they get sensitive. What? Let me ask you a question. Why you got your pussy all loose today, St. Michael's? You acting like a pussy today. Like, what is going on, St. Michael's? What is going on with you today? You acting like a pussy today. As many times I let you disrespect other people, disrespect me. When I ask you a question, do you like to eat babies? It's a yes or no question. This man couldn't even say no. So I'm just saying, should we call you St. Michael's the baby eater? Thanks, baby. Shout out to you. Thanks for the super chat. You know, salute to the chat. FBA all day. Shout out to you, dear. But say, Micah, I'm just what's going on? You couldn't even say no. You know, what's the real deal? You know, why do FBA align themselves with white homosexuality and ethnic? St. Michael's, you're lying. Black Americans, or also known as foundational Black Americans, we don't align ourselves with homosexuality. We align ourselves people who ride out with us, and they might happenly to be, homosexuality or have a different preference, but we don't claim all of them collectively. They don't really fuck with us like that. There's some old school gays that they'd be like, yeah, I'm foundational Black American, but they don't bring their preference into the reparations. That's your problem, Saint Michael. You're so hooked on homosexuality and bussy popping and twerking for the pagan and stuff like that. It's coming to a point where, like, Saint Michael's, we know how you get down, and it's all right. We know you get down like that. You know, like I said, it's all right. Most of y'all white supremacists are homosexuals, anyways. So and it's all right. Y'all was doing homosexuality when y'all had slaves. Where you think buck breaking came from? Came from y'all niggas, right? Right? Am I wrong, St. Michael's? Am I wrong? This is why Black Americans was killing y'all. They were murdering y'all in y'all plantation because y'all was doing that buck breaking shit. We weren't like the Caribbeans and let you tie us up to a fucking tree. No, we'll kill your whole family and anybody on that plantation that was who was a part of that bullshit. We didn't let y'all niggas have a party and sexually violate us without us getting our get back. It has always been like that. That's why they had to kill slavery. Because the money wasn't adding up. Ivanka's married a small hat like Tariq Nasheed. St. Michael's. You just be picking and choosing, man. Yes, and Jewish is a religion. It is. You're right, baby. You are right actually about that. It's a religion. You know, um, St. Michael's. Your name is Jewish. Calgorino, yeah, that's a Jewish name, man. Cigargolino, whatever you, Cigarello. That's what you. St. Michael Cigarello. Niggas named you after. named you after a weed product, nigga. Whoopi Goldberg. Um, Technically, baby, Whoopi Goldberg changed her name so she could get jobs. That's why her name was Goldberg. I forgot what her real name. Let me look up her real name. Whoopi, I love Whoopi, man. Whoopi was, cause yo, baby, I thought the same thing too. It told let me see what it is. Whoopi Goldberg. What's her real name? Her real name is Carlene Johnson. That's her real name, Carlene Johnson. It's like Jamie Foxx. Jamie Foxx's real name is Eric Bishop. So yeah, I got caught with the okey doke too, baby. So yeah, I got caught with the okey doke. Yeah. I was like, yo, that's Whoopi's real name. No, like, no, that bitch's name is Colleen. What the fuck you smoking, Rochelin? You smoking crack or something, nigga? I was like, yo, you sure that's her name? I think her real name is Whoopi. He's like, nigga, what black motherfucker gonna name they self Whoopi? Niggas was clowning me that day too, baby. I was like, oh shit, no, Whoopi Goldberg says she okay, yeah, you're right. So yeah, you're right about that. Judaism. Sammy Davis Jr. was too. And Sammy Davis Jr. used to call himself native, just like Chuck Berry did. How would you know St. Michael's? You walking around with styrofoam on your head and shit like that, man. What's going on with you, St. Michael's today, man? Anyways, baby, how was your day today? How was your Friday? I hope your Friday is great. You know, you black, you beautiful. It's Friday. You're successful. It's lovely out here. We living good out here. And I I asked St. Michael's a question. I asked him, should white America support black reparation? This nigga just started talking and talking. I think, and this is what I always tell St. Michael the meth head, yo, put that pipe down, put that meth pipe down before you start fucking writing on my show, man. Cause he'll start keep on writing and writing and writing. Then he's like, yo, St. Michael's, what the fuck are you talking about? You know, how many tokes you had today, St. Michael's? Stated on several occasions. No, I believe you, baby. It's St. Michael's. St. Michael's, he's a meth head. Don't you can't believe a meth head, Yeah, he's a meth head, you can't believe a word that man say. I'm doing well, definitely. Thank you. I hope. Oh yeah, I'm doing fine, definitely. I went to work today. I mean, I got off of work at was it 9? I actually got off of work on time today. I got off at 9. Well, kind of 9:10. Because these when you work, I'm gonna be personally honest. When you work with certain Africans, they'll be 35, 45 minutes late. And they always talk about I'm coming from a different job, and I was like, well, nigga, why would you say you be here at 9 o'clock? I'm not trying to stay after 9:15. You know. Thank God the other girl, she came kind of on time. She came at like 9:10, 9:15. So it was straight. Um then after that, what did I do? I did something. Oh yeah, I pushed back the time. We was gonna because I had the time 9:45. I know I wasn't gonna make it, and plus I had to do some extra shit. This convo is far beyond Bronze book comprehension or educational level. So don't expect him to be able to keep up at all. St. Michael's, you can't even answer a motherfucking question. Especially when you're on that pipe, my nigga. You gotta put that pipe down, man. St. Michael's, you ever thought about going to rehab? Making your life better. Rehab does work. I know a few people that went to rehab. So it's you shouldn't be ashamed of going to rehab. You're not ashamed to smoke, put the meth pipe up to your mouth and give it a big old toke. So it's you shouldn't be ashamed of going to rehab. You're a meth head. You know, it's all right, say Mike, because you know me, I'm not gonna judge you, man. I might laugh a little bit, make some meth head jokes, but I'm not gonna kick you back in, because you got a problem, you know. She is only the source for the claim. No other source will confirm. Oh, like St. Michael's. Remember? Are you sure about that? Because I can bring back up the fur. Remember the fur? Remember when I said you said, yeah, Black Americans, FBAs, they add mixtures and all this other shit. No, you said they're a mixture of white people and some other shit. I say, well, St. Michael's. Because you kept on bringing up the Moors, and I was like, well, St. Michael's, the Moors did tell me that y'all mixed with dog, pig, and monkey, and you flipped out on me, and was I wrong? Was I wrong when I said that? No. No. it's, it's obviously I wasn't wrong. Yeah, I know. At least I showed you the facts that the Morris or the commit people said it, and or the commit people said, because it is two different people, but similar. Say, Michael, what did I said? Oink, 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 oink. What did I say, Say, Michael? Since you mixed with pig, be active. This isn't about FBA. This is about Black Americans reparations. You know, the reason why it is a FBA show, and it is, technically a FBA title, but we're using Black Americans so you can understand. We don't need trolling today. We need your serious we need your serious we need you serious today. Do you think you can do that? Be active, or I could just put you on timeout for 24 hours until Sunday, basically. Because this day is damn near over, and you're not gonna jump on. Because I might do a show tomorrow about Ellis Island, where St. Michael's came from. St. Michael's, your people came off. Your people are immigrants, right? Yeah. Then you would technically have it to reason to ask Africa. St. Michael, she said that. Jesus Christ. I told you, baby, I told you he smokes meth. He don't even listen to you. You said Africans too. This nigga don't listen. This is what meth does to you. This is what drugs do to you. St. Michael's, this is why I stopped smoking weed. Because people like you. Yeah, man. Once you see niggas on meth and shit, some niggas shoot the crystal meth in their arms, but you smoke the shit, man. You gotta be careful with that, St. Michael's. Yeah, people. Some people smoke it. They shoot it in their arm. Like real talk, you know. St. Michael's. Everybody's originally from Africa. Well, you originally are from the Caucasus Mountains of Georgia, Russia, because you couldn't, stand the heat in Africa. So they put you in the caves of Georgia, Russia. I'm not saying this. This is what the Moors are saying that. So don't get mad at me because I said it, St. Michael's, because I know how you like to blame stuff on foundational Black Americans, or also known as Black Americans. Um, but yeah, I never say you're wrong, but you're African too, St. Michael's. You was just, you just couldn't stand the heat. You was dying. So, out of the graces of these mud, these mud hut builders, they went all the way up to Georgia, Russia for you, and put you niggas in caves so y'all can live and survive. This is why people live in houses. Like, we already had houses and statues and all that other cool shit, but um, the reason why, like certain situations that we eat, like a lot of people eat with forks because y'all had a lot of enemies and it was a weapon to stab people. but we use it till this day too. Um, just you just scared of the facts. That is why you always walk with. No, St. Michael's. St. Michael's, what is wrong? Do you smoke crack, St. Michael's? I know you in Cal. I know you in New York, and I know some of y'all niggas in New York still smoke crack. Hey, do you hit the pipe too? Do you hit the crack pipe, St. Michael's? I mean, I'm sorry, St. Michael's. Be active. Do you hit the crack pipe? Have you ever hit the crack pipe before in the 80s? I know you did a little booger sugar because I know you listen to freestyle music. So, have you hit the crack pipe before? Be active. I seen this girl hit a crack pipe before. That shit scared the fuck out of me, man. It was crazy. Let's see. No, no FBAs are. So what are FBAs then, Saint Michael? Be active since you know what who are black people and you're not black yourself. Since you want to be a fucking colonizer, since you want to be a slave master, you want to be a conquistadors. This is why people don't fuck with you because you know what? When people tell you who they are, you tell them no, you're not. Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you? You're just a conquistador that eats booty, nigga. That's it. That's all you do. You eat booty, then after that, you cry about why my bitch left me. Maybe your dick gang ain't popping, man. I gotta be personally honest. That's why maybe your girlfriend cheats on you. She's like, this nigga's D gang ain't popping, so she just fucks with a black man. And this is why you hate black Americans. You call black Americans animals. You know, you know. Say, baby, be active. He calls black Americans what's that? What do you call black Americans? Animals? Be active? Dogs? What do you call us? He's racist. Be active is racist. That's why he's trying to do this white boy colonizing stuff. You know. Me too, baby. It just St. Michael's. He's a piece of shit. I mean, not well. Yeah, St. Michael's. You are a piece of shit. But I wasn't talking about you. I apologize to put you on the spot. But you are a piece of shit. But I apologize for putting you on the spot. Saint Mike, I mean, be active is a piece of shit. He always has been a piece of shit. He's gonna die a piece of shit. We're gonna love you out of default, but niggas love you out of default because you do come on the show, but you's a broke nigga that don't give anything. So niggas ain't gonna lose sleep if you pass. Even though niggas sent you up to your ancestors, my nigga. So no, we know African descent. Yeah, he calls us house breed pets. That's what he calls us. He calls us animals. You know, that's why I say be active is a piece of shit. That's why his country's being colonized again. Again, by white European tourists. Be active is gonna be talking French in this country sooner or later. And, and German. He's getting colonized and his country's being integrated right now. So he's mad at everybody right now. He's a piece of shit. Let's see. Bronze, you should have me on your stream sometimes. Yeah, man. As long as you respect the laws of the land, man, and you don't have to make me do my show over, I will definitely have you on my show, St. Michael's. And yo, you one thing I'm gonna tell you, St. Michael's, you cannot smoke meth on my show. You cannot do that. I'm serious, St. Michael's. I'll be very, very. St. Michael's, I will be very mad at you if you smoke meth on my show, and you think that shit's all right. Yeah, because we're live right now, St. Michael's, and like if you had a show, I would respect you, man. And that's all I ask you. Just respect the laws of the land. Like I get that y'all joke around, but like when we're talking about something serious, like this is a serious moment. Like this is why I said, like, should white America support black reparations? And Look at this. Even though you smoke meth, St. Michael's, you're still a white man. You should tell me why we shouldn't support, why your people shouldn't support reparations. I believe it does because you know what? If you love America, St. Michael's, do you love America? That's the question. Do you love America? If you love the United States of America, you will support Black Americans getting reparation because they will build the economy. We know that your people can't build an economy, you destroy the economy. At least you know Black Americans will be loyal to this country and be loyal to making jobs for others. Will there be some people that'll fuck up the money? Absolutely. I agree. But if you want this country to survive, you will have to give that money to Black Americans. You know, it just it is what it is. We will get better education. Like be active. We will all get the same education. We will all have better schools. So if you're in a Black neighborhood, be active. Best believe you'll get the same education that you're getting in the suburbs because you're around Black Americans. Black Americans are spending tax money. Black Americans is not known. Black Americans is not known of stealing tax money or embezzlement or blackmailing. And well, blackmailing yes, but Black Americans will build the economy. We can't build the economy with your peoples, because y'all just keep it to yourself. With Black America, we know how we're inclusive people. Be active. We already know your people are not inclusive people. You might take that as a shot, but I'm not telling you it's a shot. I'm just being honest with you. You're not an inclusive person. Your people are not inclusive people. You know, like let's go back in history. Would you like to go back in history? Be what was it, St. Michael's? We'll go back in history and say in your history when y'all was actually running America, white people were dying off. White people weren't surviving. White people didn't know how to live. When you had a chance of building a country, you couldn't build the country without a black face. Even to this day, you still can't build it without a black face or a black invention. It's USA is the real indigenous for now. Say my be active. That's strike two. I need you to stay on topic, my friend. That's good that you don't like Black Americans, but I need you to stay on topic today, all right? Yeah, I need you to stay on topic today, be active. If not, I'm going to have to sit you down for 10 to 30 minutes. Depending on the next dumb shit that you say, I'm going to have to put you, and I don't want to hear, oh, well, you just don't like to hear the truth. Nigga, you're not saying anything. You're not saying anything. So again, be mindful what you say. We don't want to hear no dumb shit. And also, if somebody subscribes today, hold on. If somebody subscribes today, give a cash app, give a super chat. This one's right here is for Bebe. Thank you, Bebe, for the super chat. So woo. But yeah, be active. I need you to stay on topic today. I'm asking you politely. Stay on topic. I don't know how to say it in Spanish, but please stay on topic, my friend. All right? Like we control a little bit here and there, ha ha, but I still need you to answer the question. I don't need you spamming the live chat because I do read this stuff, man. And be active. I try to give y'all all attention of what y'all are saying. Bebe's saying some fly shit right now, and you should be saying like, "Yo, that's dope." What Bebe is saying. She's talking historically. You know, I need you to stay on topic, be active. I'm asking you, please stay on topic. Can you do that one favor for me today? I don't usually ask I don't really ask racist Puerto Ricans, because I don't know many racist Puerto Ricans, but you're from New York, so Sometimes I gotta expect that, because Boston is a little bit different from New York. You know, like even though the Puerto Rican women love black men in New York, the men are racist in New York. The Puerto Rican men are racist in New York. So it's different. Yeah, it's different. This is what, like I say, what are you, Latin king or something? Be actor? You got to be a Latin king or something. I can kind of tell because y'all Latin kings in New York is a little bit different from the ones in Massachusetts. I have met Latin kings in Boston because the Latin king community is really not that big in Boston. Probably out of Boston, it might be like a whole bunch of soldiers. I don't know. I lived in Boston most of my life, so I can't answer that question. I apologize if I can't answer it, and you're mad about that. But yeah, I can't answer those type of questions. But also, I do want to say this. All right. Okay, but I just wanted to say that FBA is definitely has no movement, no, no icon. Well, those three things that you have said right are right. No movement, no leader. We do have an icon. We do have civil rights activists, accomplishments. Um, so those two things you did say were right. We didn't have FBA is not a movement, nor we have leaders. We do have elders. We do have a hierarchy. If And when I mean a hierarchy, like we have elders, we have scholars. It's like, if like the Puerto Ricans had like if they had a lineage, they would have a hierarchy. They would have some scholars, the people who tell the history about Puerto Rico, and you had the elders, the ones that already been through the shit, seen it and done it. Those what you will call elders. You St. Michael's, I mean, you be active, you wouldn't be considered an elder nor a scholar. All you do is just take shit off of YouTube and just post it. And it's cool, but you got to make sure that shit is right, man. Mm. But yeah, yeah, you got to get your shit together, be active, man. And it's sad that I'm gonna say this: be active. It's sad to see you go down It's sad to see you go down the gravy train like that. You're broke. You don't like to give donations. You don't give great fucking points. You think you're always right. There is no room for improvement with you. It's just like be active. How are you living life like that? You always think you're right. How old are you? Be active. I need to ask you. I need to ask you that question. How old are you, if you don't mind me asking? Because you seem like are like you're a little bit older than me, like you in your 50s. Like you just a bum ass old school nigga that can't adapt with time right now. You like old Lenny. Remember old Lenny? Old Lenny got out of jail. He got a job and he couldn't adapt with life. So the nigga just offed himself. The nigga was hanging like an ornament. Yeah, you like old Lenny. So you can't adapt, man. It's like be active. You're not adapting, man, and it's sad to see you go down this line like this, man. To see, like, yo, it's so sad that you an old school hater, man. Like, be active. You can't do that, man. Like, I'm just asking you a question, and it's not about FBAs. It's just I'm worried about you. I gotta be personal. I'm worried about you. Like, my nigga, you ain't living the best days of your life right now. You're like 50, 60 years old, and you're not appreciating what's going on in life. You know, you should be appreciating this time. Look at Bebe, man. Bebe's out here supporting her lineage, supporting her people, doing big things. And she's loving like, yo. The way if Baby was a movie, it'll be so happy to see it. It'll be a greater fresh air because it'll be like, yo, you know what? It's so dope to be in black. It's so dope and great of being Black American. I don't want to be anything else because yo, look at how Bebe's living. She's living life. She's lovely. You know, it's she probably got a little shorty do-offs at the house. She got her bills on point. Her family loves her. Her family's is proud of her. Her ancestors is proud of her. You know, like then I look at you be active. It's like, oh yeah, you hating on a lineage. You keep on misinforming a lineage. You're calling it a movement, and you know it's not a movement. As many times people tell you it's not a movement, you're still calling it a movement. You sound like a hater, my nigga. You sound like a hater. Like you're a hater. You're just mad because Black Americans are doing something different. It's really not about, oh yeah, Black Americans just joking around saying foul shit about us. No, it really has never been about that. It's always been a transactional thing. It has always, and it's all right if it's a transactional thing. I'm fine with it. It's just I'm not gonna give my money to no bum ass fucking Pan African. No kids, but maybe does has a doctorate in retirement. Yeah, but shout out to you, baby. Salute to you. She got a shorty do ups at the house. She ain't got no worries. You know, she thank you support thank you for your service. Baby has no children. Oh yeah, see that? She's living good. Baby, you living good. You living good, and it's you living how you want to live, and that's why I say you're living good. FBA is a new ethnogenesis lineage that never had. Yeah, but be active. No ethnogenesis has a leader, though. Ethno and like put it this way, be active. Let me ask you a question. You're Puerto Rican. Would you all the accomplishments from the African Puerto Ricans or the Africans that moved to Puerto Rico, would you separate that from the indigenous Puerto Ricans that accomplish anything? Would you do that? I just got back from Belize. Oh, shout out to you! Shout out people in Belize and stuff. You're more braver than I am. I'm staying in America. Only place I probably will go is probably France to see, because they're 10 toes down in France. I like to I'll eat the snails and shit like that, and I won't eat their food like that because France do stink. I ain't gonna lie, France stink. It's dirty in France. But I'll still go down there, you know, just as just to go to wrestling shows or wrestle down there and stuff like that. I I like France, to a certain extent. Not that their hygiene, they're not the best people who has great hygiene, but I'll go there for wrestling and stuff like that, and just all the cool shit. Um, but yeah, other than that, no, I wouldn't go. I was just stay in America. But yeah, be active. Be active. That shit doesn't make no sense. No ethnicity has a leader. What no ethnic? But they don't. What ethnogenesis? Let me ask you a question. Be active. Who's the leader of Puerto Ricans? Who's the leader of Puerto Ricans? I'm just asking a question because I'm trying to see where you're coming from. Who are the leaders from Puerto Ricans? I went to Costa Rica last year. Malcolm's and all, the week after. Oh God, that's crazy, baby. TMFBA are Dominicans descendants. I will say this. Being Dominican is a ethnogenesis because they are an admixture as well, just like Puerto Rican. Puerto Ricans are an admixture. They have African, they have indigenous, they have Puerto Rican. I mean, they have certain indigenous tribes. They have Spaniards, also known as conquistadors. They have Irish. So they have an ethnogenesis, and there's nothing wrong with that. They say Puerto Ricans are probably the most mixed people ever. So Yeah. Would I date a Puerto Rican? If I want to live, I wouldn't, you know. So it's do I think I think Puerto Rican women are sexy, but if I want to live, I wouldn't date them, you know. So I put this way, I met one, maybe two same, you know, one or two Puerto Ricans that had it all in there, or have it all in there. Most of them, they were all crazy. They broke my windows, cut up my seats, fucking, you know, try to stab me, try to hit me with the back of the gun. Like, yo, it's one stalked me. Like, it's Puerto Rican women are crazy, man. They're beautiful, but they're crazy. You know, Dominicans are worse. You know, so I like Dominican women. They're worse though. I want to live. You know, I want to live to the next day. I don't. I'm not dating them. You crazy nigga? Yeah, and you get tired of niggas keep on calling you Poppy every day and shit like that. Hey, okay, Poppy, yo, cut the shit out, my nigga. Like, yeah, no more. You get tired of that shit. We had many, many leaders. Who was your leaders, B actor? Who was your leaders? Who was your leaders? You didn't tell me who's your leaders. You didn't even name one. You just said we have a whole bunch of leaders. Do you mean because Black Americans don't need leaders? You know, we're not Black Americans. We influence each other. We inspired each other. We don't have leaders. Like, come on. If you really want to be honest, close to leaders, we could say what Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, fucking Booker T. Washington, Nat Turner, fucking James Brown, fucking BB King. Uh, Yo, there's a whole but I mean, be active. What the fuck? I don't know what you're trying to get at. This is why I say it's kind of confusing when you talk. You know, yeah. Dominicans are an ethnogenesis. They're an admixture. They had an ethnogenesis. All those different races living in fucking Dominican Republic, and they probably mixed with certain Haitian genetics too. Like we can't act like, you know, Haiti is not part of Dominican Republic. If you really want to be honest, they're the same fucking country. You know, they're just colonized by different people. You know, and there's a dark side, maybe light side. It's like Cape Verde. You know, on Kenyans, Nigerians, Ugandans kept immigrating to America and cosplay. Yeah, facts, facts. That's true. I agree with you, baby, with that one. Let's see. Let me ask you a question. Be active, and this is a good question. If you support Africa and you support Africa, the beautiful African continent, because it's not a country, it's a continent. Why has more immigrants migrated to America more than immigrants sold Africans to the Europeans in America? Because there was less than 400,000 Africans that came to America, but there's over millions of Africans in America. Why are there more Africans immigrating than more Africans than they sent over? I'm just asking that question. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm just asking, why are there more Africans immigrating over to America than Africans that were enslaved that came to America? You know, that's the real question I'm asking. I'll be right back. Give me like 10 seconds. I'll be right back. But yeah, answer that question, be active. But yeah, that's the real question I always wanted to know. Is like, why are there more immigrant Africans migrating to America than Africans that they sent over? Africans are fleeing to America left and right because Africa is a dirty third world country with poor and factual. Yeah, that's in was it infactual? Well, I don't know what that last word is, but yeah, I agree with you though. Everything that you did say on there, I do agree. Um, yeah, because like I said, I don't think everybody came from Africa. Like in the past 500 years, I don't think everybody came from Africa. It's just it's documented, you know. This one thing, like I said about St. Michael's, I do agree with. Give me a second, I gotta fix this shit. And you know me, I don't really agree with a white supremacist. Even though St. Michael's and Be Active be keying with each other and stuff. You know, I always say this: Be Act. St. Michael's is right when he says there are Black Americans are mixed. They are mixed with other ethnicities, yes, or other races. If we're gonna be honest, of a race of people. And that's all right. It's just we're a different admixture of people. We have a different culture. You know, even though people try to like, compare our culture to African culture, then when you ask them like, okay, why haven't y'all built anything in Africa if we're the same? Because don't forget, Black Americans are resilient people. How many times we built the fucking Black Wall Street over? How many times we built successful fucking communities? They will end up destroyed. They built a fucking highway or some stupid shit in there, or they did some dumb shit where they just bombed the shit, bomb and destroyed it. You know, we can't say that about Africa. Have some been resilient? Yes, I can say some have been resilient, but it's rare. It's rare in Africa. Like I said, you always need a black face, and it's straight. If people are willing to help, people are willing to help. FBA's is a master house. Okay, creative. All right, be active. I gotta sit you down, man. I told you about that shit already, man. I said stay on topic, man. Like be active. Why can't you listen, man? And it's like, yo, I don't like doing this. Be active. I don't like to sit you down just for some dumb shit, but you keep on doing it, and I told you stop. Like stop doing that shit. And that shit's stupid. You say the same thing like what's my man's name? Like Shabaka does. Shabaka says the same fucking thing. You know? Niggas be tired of that be active. You know? So I gotta sit you down, be active. Fact, 75% African, 40% European, according to my DNA. Yeah, I'll say this too. The African genetics things gets a little bit tricky. The reason why I say it gets a little bit tricky because how to explain it? So it gets a little bit tricky because you don't know where in Africa, and a lot of that stuff was mixed and mingled. You know, don't get me wrong. I fuck with Africa. I fuck with Africa to a certain extent, but I'm not gonna be here. I'm not gonna sit here and act like Africa did something for me. Like I learned something from Africa. I didn't learn shit from Africa. All I learned from Africa is that these niggas just don't like us. You know, they don't like us, and it's straight. Oh shit! Give me a second, everybody. I wonder why the shit wasn't working. I didn't have the joint plugged up. All right, yeah. A lot of these Africans have an envious relationship with us, and And it's like, there's no need for them to have that. You know, everybody. Mm, I want to look up one more thing. Mm, all right, this one right here. I think this will do. All right, but yeah. Now let me go back to my big screen real fast. Give me a second, everybody. All right, cool, 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 cool. Yeah, I had to sit everybody. I had to sit, be active down. I told them about the spamming and stuff like. I don't like the like. I get if you're doing the MAGA shit and all that other shit like that. You wanna, but you can't keep on lying. You can't keep on spamming. You can't keep on saying the same thing. Like Be Active says the same thing every day. He calls Black Americans dogs. You know, like I didn't get him off this show because it's this is what I signed up for. If he's gonna, if you put it this way, I'd rather you spam only if you give donations. You don't give no donations. You're cheap. You know, I personally don't have any be active. You're not important, my nigga. I'm gonna be personally honest. You're not important. Niggas don't really like you on this show. Nigga, you don't talk no type of facts. You bitch and moan. You try to compare blacks to the Latino community, and we're two different people. We have two different accomplishments and stuff. Like this is why I be having shows on Latino communities and stuff like that. And I promote I promote Latino accomplishments. Just like I promote African accomplishments. If you watch my shorts, I show y'all I'm a big fan of Patrice Lumumba. I'm a big fan of Patrice Lumumba. I'm a big fan of Chav. Was it Gavarera or some shit like that? He was out there. That's what's his name's boy? That's Fidel Castro's boy. I'm a big fan of Fidel Castro. And Chav is from fucking Argentina. Y'all know how I feel about Argentina. I'm not a big fan of the country of Argentina, but Chav, he has put his life on the line, and he could have been one. He could have probably been one of the greatest doctors ever in Argentina history. But you know what? He put his life on the line for black people. And he died. The person who killed him was a white Australian woman. I'm a big fan of Thomas. Uh, what's his name? Kasha. Hold on. What's my man's name? Give me a second. I don't like to butcher his name because this man. Let me tell you something. That man is a real Pan African. What? And this is just me. What's my man talk? What's his name? What Dr. Umar talks about and stuff. All this black diaspora unity and all this shit. That's what Thomas did. Let me see what this nigga's name and his real name is. I think his name was like Kardisha. Mm. So his name is Thomas Sankara. That's his name, Thomas Sankara. I'm a big fan of him, and it's just me reading up on him, watching documentaries on it. He was a big Pan African revolutionist. He was a Marxist too, but at the end of the day, he was really promoting black unity. And I get pissed off at I get pissed off at Pan Africanism because at the end of the day, this is a guy who they should be promoting. This is the guy who they should be be inspired by. And I'm talking about by upbringing his country. This nigga, this nigga turned. He made a country called Burkina Faso, and it means the land of upright people. That's what Burkina Faso means. He changed the name. He changed that country's name into Burkina Faso. Chev was there. Chev was a Gavarina. He was a Pan African himself, but he was Argentinian. He was damn near a white man. But he loved African people. He loved the black diaspora. He helped Fidel Castro. But when he started going to these other places and stuff, he got killed by CIA. Assassinated. I'm sorry, assassinated. I don't want to get this shit fucked up again because I got the Martin Luther King shit fucked up, and I apologize. Martin Luther King was assassinated. He wasn't murdered. He was assassinated. Thomas Sankara was assassinated. Patrice Lumumba assassinated. Chet was assassinated. These are the people, as if you're a Pan Africanist, these are the people that you should be looking up to. You shouldn't be trying to steal other people's culture. I'm just, and I have to be honest about that. And this is what, actually, I'm gonna say this. Once I started reading up on these type of people and stuff like that, it got me pissed off because at the end of the day, I'm asking myself, what the fuck are these Pan Africans doing? When you have real leaders out here, you should have, nigga, you should have a tight military. You should have your people's, these people should be defending you because you're fighting for their rights. You're fighting for their rights to live as equals in in their own country. This is why I always had a problem with these Pan Africanists. When y'all got the leaders, y'all let these niggas die or assassinated. I apologize. You got these people assassinated. And it's always been the people that were close to them. When anybody did something to our leaders, assassinated our leaders, we got busy out here in these streets. They knew that this shit was gonna go left. So you better call the military. When niggas thought they could treat us any old type of way, we had grandmas. Grandmas was out here giving niggas tune-ups. We wasn't out here on camera talking about help us, please. This is why I respect those people. Patrice Lumumba, he accepted his assassination. He accepted his fate for his own people, but at the end of the day, his people didn't protect him. Why do you have the CIA telling you what to do in your own fucking country? If that's your country, you say, yo, that's my country. This is where I'm from. Nigga, you should not have no motherfucker from your country that's not from your country telling you what to do. You should be insulted. You should be offended when people tell me that. When people try to tell me what to do in America, I be offended. This is why I get agitated with B Actor. He tried to tell me what to do with my own culture. Nigga, what? You know nothing about my culture. You trying to latch on to my fucking culture. We don't need you, nigga. Like, come on. This is why I asked the question, should white America support black reparations? Historically, we know what to do with the money. Historically, every time a black American has somebody, everybody was eating. Only time it was fucked up when somebody jump into the mix, try to tell us how to do with what to do with the money, and their money bag is fucked up. Black Wall Street, niggas. Let me tell you something. White people still didn't learn from Black Wall Street how to make money. They rebuilt Black Wall Street twice. Most people don't know that. Was it twice or three times? I think it was twice. All these other states, we were all learning from each other. Black America was all learning from us how to make money. It's just, this is the thing. People can't accept how great we are. That's the thing. Once, let me tell you something. Once all y'all start to understand how great Black American is, hold on, glass of respond, violin. Hold on a second. Oh shit, I'm gonna have to watch that later. But yeah, it's now it's coming to a point, and this is just me. It's coming to a point now. It's just it's offensive. It's like you're trying to offend me. You know, say about blocking her. Oh man, yo, everybody, there's so much stuff going on right now, man. I don't think y'all understand. It's niggas out here getting busy. Give me a second. So he rushed to the hospital. Says doctor issue a life or death warning. Damn. Yeah, AB need to get his shit together, man. I'm gonna say this, everybody. I think everybody needs to pray for AB, man. If he keeps doing what he's doing, I don't think he's gonna live past 2 years. And I'm not trying to wish him anything. It's just if he keeps doing what he's doing, man, it's not gonna be pretty, man. Give me a second, everybody. Yeah, it's not gonna get pretty, man. I think he's not gonna live past 2 years with all the drinking and stuff. Um, and pray for our brother. And you know me, I don't like the word brother and stuff. I don't like to call people brother, but he's a Black American. It's even if he wasn't a Black American, he held Black Americans down. I get it. It's just, I, ethically, I don't want to see anything happen to anybody. You know, that's just how I am. Like yeah, it is what it is, but I don't want to see nothing happen to Bonner, Adrian. Adrian, he's a good guy. He has demons, man. Sometimes them demons take the best of you, man. I have seen demons fuck people over, man. Man, I even have demons. You know, I have demons. Yeah, I have demons. So I always tell people sometimes you just gotta face your demons, man. So it's nothing to be ashamed of. Like when I be joking, when I say St. Michael's is a meth head, St. Michael's a meth head. He does meth shit, you know. But I hope the nigga fight his demons, you know. I hope this nigga don't, you know, he be on that shit, man. Leave that shit alone. You know, I always tell that nigga, leave that shit alone, man. Don't be jumping on my shows, taking a toke of meth, man. You know that shit ain't good for you. I tell him that shit all the time. I know he's a meth head. You know, this nigga lives in a fucking a meth house. You know, so it's he got to get over that shit. He got to do better out here. You know, give me a second. I gotta follow a homie right here. Yada yada yada. Okay, cool, 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 cool. But yeah, man, you can't be out here just fucking up. But yeah, the reparations, like I said, reparations. I think white America should support it. If you love America, if you want America to be great again, That's the only way it's gonna be great again is if Black Americans try to you know do the damn thing with their money. We're great influencers. We do everything for America. We're not gonna run off and go to Africa. You might have some Black Americans that are Pan Africans that do their thing like that, but most Black people are not gonna do it. I'm not running off to no fucking Africa. I tell you that. You know, that's not my thing, man. You're not gonna see your boy in no kente outfit, man, running to Africa. Yeah, I'll probably visit. I might fuck up and visit one day. It's like, oh, yo, nigga got a little bit of, a little bit of money. Let me go help these African niggas out. My people's all right. You know, it just be on some shit like that. But yeah, my people's got to be straight first. Oh, oh shit. Damn. But yeah, like I said, man, they gotta get their shit together. Hold on one second. Shit. Woo, excuse me. But yeah, hold on one second. All right, I gotta put that up. But yeah, but like I said, everybody, they gotta get their shit together, man. Black Americans, like, yo, we're doing our thing out here. We're doing our thing out here. We're not the thing about I'm gonna say this too. Black Americans is not worried about these Pan Africans out here. You know, we're not worried about hold on, with such an impactful time does she oh, she got punched in the fucking face. Jesus Christ. Hold on one second. Niggas out here getting bitches out here getting fucking tune ups out here, man. Yo, niggas is out here. Yo, niggas need to be protecting their wives and their girlfriends, bro. Yeah, she got bitch got a black eye, man. Oh yeah, shout out to Chelsea Green, man. She got a tune up, man. I don't know. I forgot how she got that black eye. It was last week. Yeah, yo, what's my man name? Chris Candona, Matt, was it Cardino? Was it Cordona? I'm sorry, his name Zach Ryder. Everybody call him, but his real name is Matt Cardona. That's my coach's buddy, man. They're buddies. Yo, my coach always laughs at me because I always say Matt Cardino. I mean, was it Cardino? No, Carino. That's all I just said. And you know what I be thinking about? Chris Carino. Chris Carino was an ECW wrestler. And it's Cardona. So my coach always say, yo, I'm gonna tell him, right? He's like, I was like, yeah, you probably would. So oh shit. This is crazy. Yeah, my coach always laughing. And I'm gonna say this. I miss my coach. But let's get back to business, everybody. Yeah, my coach, he always laughs at me when because I always tell him I'm from a different man. My family's from the project. This is all we know. So just don't laugh at me. That's the type of shit I'll be on. But yeah, I will say this too. I want to say this to the white supremacists, even white America, because I know not every white person is a white supremacist, but the white America, you got to understand, you need to support whites. I mean, black reparations. If you love America, if you want to see America grow, if you want America to be a power country again, you need to give Black Americans that money. You need to give black people that money. You need to give black people that education. You need to give black people the even the therapy. You know, I think everybody needs some type of therapy. I took therapy before. That shit was alright. That shit wasn't like, oh yeah, niggas is like trying to read your brain and shit like that. That shit is a hoax. That's not how shit be popping off. But yeah, it's I always say this. Um, I don't see nothing wrong with therapy, for anybody. Sometimes you just need somebody to talk to. Sometimes the therapist I had, they always talk. She always wanted to hear about my sex capade last the week before. And I tell her, I'm like, yeah, I was out here. I just came back from Vermont. I was fucking around with this one girl, and I had a girlfriend up there, and I slept with her friend. I slept with the girl's friend and her. It'd be on some other shit. And she'd be like, "Yo, why did you do that?" And I was like, "I don't know. I wasn't thinking." So yeah, I wasn't thinking at the time. So you be like, "Yo, this nigga's out here bugging." Why would that nigga do some shit like that? Hmm. You know, um, but that's just me, man. I don't do that shit anymore, man. I keep the joint in my pants now. I always say this, man. I always find hobbies, man. I think a lot of people need to do that. Just find a hobby. Once you find a hobby, you should be straight. You know, hold on a second. Mm, 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 mm. But yeah, just find a hobby. If you got a sex addiction problem or you have some type of sex habit, or just find stuff to do, man. You don't got to stroke your tool. I know some niggas. And my therapist was explaining to me about the level of sex addicts and shit. She said mine was like in the middle of being like very dangerous. Because she said I was leaving the state. Sometimes I was like going to parties and shit like that, and this is why I always talk about sex parties and shit like that because I went there. I had to feed the beast. So and that's one way of feeding the beast. Sleeping with people's wives, fucking family member. It was crazy, man. And you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. A lot of these people have these habits. I wouldn't tell people it's healthy. It's very a serious thing. I think everybody should take it serious. You know, it's nothing to laugh at. Like it's funny, but it's not really nothing to be like laughing at. Like, oh, this nigga's out here just fucking too many girls. What's going on, convo? Salute, salute, salute. Yeah, I was just on Breeze Omega's show before it started. Before I started, I said, convo. I told Breeze Omega that he was hiding booty scratches and dirt cookie eaters in his basement from ice. And I sent him some dough too. I sent him like $10. Was it? I think his last show. I sent him like $10. Um, yeah, I sent him some Cash App because I seen that he had a Cash App thing going on. So shout out to Breeze Omega, man. Breeze Omega's out there, man. He getting his man out here making moves and stuff, man. So salute to Breeze Omega out here, man. Yeah. That nigga out there hiding fucking booty scratches and fucking mud, dirt cookie eaters in his basement. And tell Breeze Omega I'm gonna call Ice on him, man. Tell Ice he's hiding niggas in his basement. Nah, nigga, I support people when I have it and stuff like yo. I get it. Like combo. Like I get it. Like when people like yo, you gotta support people's show, man. Like I'm not usually on there because I'm so busy. But when I am on there, and I just finally seen that he has a cash app, I'm gonna send him some dough. I sent him, I sent him two. I sent them two different ones. I sent them $5 each. But yeah, it's like that's why I be telling people all the time, Convo, that the topic is should white America support black reparations. I say yes because if you love America, if you want America to grow, you need black Americans to do it. White America can't make America grow, you know? Let alone they couldn't even build America by itself. Like, let's personally be honest, Convo. Let's say that the Europeans haven't came over here to America. Your America would still be a power country. This would still be a power area, continent. No matter who comes over here in this country, we would have been a power continent. But this was a setup, and this was infiltrated when these people came over here. This is why people had slaves. But I think, but I'm gonna say this. I think white America made it. I think white America made it. I mean, desensitize slavery in America. You know, that's my issue with them. Is that I think they made it okay for them to have slavery. And I'm gonna say this, and not be accountable, not pay the people that like. Let me give you an example. So FBA combo. If I steal your car, and this is the same example that because this is easy example. This is the same example that this is the same example that my man Marquette gave. Give me a second. Oh shit. This is the same example that Marquette gave. If I steal your mama's car and I have the car and I'm making a whole bunch of money off the car and stuff like that, um, and I pass it on to my kids, and I pass it on to my kids' kids. Should I still give your family back that car, or should I still keep the car since I had it for forever? You know, that's the same example. That's the example that I give people. You know, that's why I say I have an issue with that. Oh, that's 4 months. Yeah, that's why I have an issue with that. It's like, yeah, that shit was like, let's personally be honest. Uh, Slavery has been over 100 years, but Black Americans have been fighting for reparations for over 100 years. What, you don't think you should give us reparations because you've been Jay jerking us for the 100 years that y'all been over 100 years that y'all been fighting reparations for? Let alone y'all didn't even want to give that lady that y'all destroyed from Black Wall Street any reparations. Once you sell something, it's no longer yours. Once, but it wasn't stole. It wasn't sold. It wasn't sold. Convo it was stolen. It was stolen. I get what you're saying, but it wasn't sold. They didn't sell it. They stole it. That's the difference. It was stolen. You know, like that's why I said I used it loosely. I was like, yo, it was stolen. If I steal your car, if I steal your mama's car and I'm making money off your mama's car and I give it to my kids and my kids give it to their kids, then you'd be like, yo, you see that car and that's your great grandmama's car. Do you think you should still have that? Do you think I should still have that car, or should I give that car to your family? That's why I said, I get where you're coming from. If I would have sold it, like, for example, I don't think Africans deserve reparations. For a certain, I don't think they deserve reparations. I don't think they deserve reparations what they're asking for. Do they deserve some type of compensation? Yes, they deserve some type of compensation, but I don't think they deserve reparations. And the reason why, because they sold Africans. They were working together with each other, but Africans sold Africans. Yeah, they did. But the thing about it, Europeans hoodwinked them. They came together and say, "Fuck these Africans and let's take their land and their resources." Do they deserve compensation? Yes. They deserve compensation for every mineral that they deserve. I mean, that they sold or that Europeans took. Do they deserve their antiques back? Yes, they deserve every antique that they had back in that country. But reparations, no. Why do they need to build your fucking country? Y'all was in business with each other. Y'all had a transaction. Y'all got the transaction, but they did more than just a transaction. They strong arm y'all out of y'all business. When Africans sold African into slavery, those people was no more Africans. Facts. They became a whole new ethnogenesis. And I agree with you. I agree with you, Convo. I agree with you, but like I said, they need to play Black Americans reparations, and I think white American needs to jump on board with this. If you love America, like I said, if you love America, and I'm not thinking of black and white, if you love America, you need to pay reparations to Black Americans. Our ancestors. Let's say I'm gonna talk as a third person. Their ancestors built America. They made America great as it is. Did the white people contribute? Yes, they contribute. Did they make some type of inventions? Yes, they made inventions. But Black Americans, 13% of Black Americans that they reclassified built America. They already had that invention. They made their job easy. So the question is, what the fuck are these people talking about? Why don't you just support reparations? Because you're not getting money? Nigga, white people already got reparations. White people got reparations. When they lost their slave, they were compensated. They got the same thing that the French got. They got land, they got mules. They just couldn't build it by themselves, so they sold it and they got a little bit of money. They weren't the greatest businessmen. So you can't get mad at Black Americans when Africans and this is why I say, this is when we go historically on white America, they don't really have that many accomplishments. They have more failures than accomplishments. When you look at Black Americans, what make our failures accomplishments is that we were resilient. We didn't give up. What's going on, Robin? No, and we're talking about should white America support Black reparations? You know, I say yes, and the reason why, Robin, because if you love America as you say you love America, you need to give the money to the people who already built America. We understand, and Robin, look, bust it. We understand when you give money to white America, they keep it in their own community. But when you give money to black Americans, we are inclusive people. We are inclusive people. We build everything around us. This is why, if you ever notice, you get the Paul Walls that sometimes forget that they're white. Yes, why not? As long as it comes from the government. Yes, that's where the money comes from. Robin, do you think the money is going to come from your pocket? They're going to be like, yo, Robin, you know what? We're going to take more tax money out for reparations because you know what? your your family was here. No, they don't do it that way. They take it from the government. They take it from Federal Reserve. Like, let me give you an example, Robin. When COVID happened, where do you think they got all that money from? Money that they said that they didn't have, Robin. The money that America said that they did not have for the last 50 years. They said, like, yo, we don't have money. We don't have that money. We don't have that money. We can't get that money. It's too much of money. Where did they get that money from for COVID? Yeah, let them print it out. I support it. Thank you, Robin. Because you know what? It benefits you. It benefits me. It benefits the Latino community. It benefits the Asian community. It benefits the African community. Because that money's staying in America. We're not saying like, yo, we're about to go off to fucking Africa and build in Africa. Why the fuck would we build in Africa and our ancestors been here? Our family's here. It just doesn't make sense, Robin. It benefits everybody. Like, let me ask you a question. When niggas is millionaires and niggas is spending money, Robin, and I'm sorry, when black people are millionaires, when black people spend money, when black people, and you know, black people don't just stay in their own community. We go into other communities. We all distribute the money. We don't stay in our community like other ethnicities and other races do. We don't do that. We don't do what white people do, just stay in their community and just build off their community. No, we distribute the money everywhere. We build wealth everywhere. We have always done that. Like people should have learned that since segregation. Segregation in the dark times of America. What was it? What was that? What was it the drought that happened in America when all y'all white folks was losing money? The Great Depression. The Great Depression. All y'all niggas was out of jobs. Y'all niggas was starving. And it was the 1930s, right, Robin? It was the 1930s, the Great Depression. You know who was making money in the Great Depression? Black people. Black Americans were making money. We were distributing. We was building the community, the economy. Niggas was making money out here. It's damn near the Great Depression now. I'm damn near paying $4.50 a gallon for gas. You're telling me that black Americans can't build up that economy so that gas can be lower? You're telling me black Americans can't help the community? The community won't be better? There'll be less crime? Let me ask you a question, Robin. When COVID happened, was there a lot of crime? There wasn't a lot of crime because niggas was doing the PPP checks. Niggas was making money out here. Niggas is hurting. No, I'm sorry, not the PPP. Everybody was getting that extra, was it $800? Niggas was getting the extra $800. Or excuse me, extra $600. Yes, so, but Robin, there wasn't that many crimes that was happening because everybody was getting that extra $800 in their check because niggas lost their jobs or niggas quit and they was getting nigga was getting a check every week from their job until they found a new job, plus the $800. Niggas was eating out here. Niggas was getting like 13, $1,400 a week. Yeah, Robin. There was a less crime because there was money, there was resources. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. Yes. Just think about it, Robin. When niggas was getting that extra money for COVID, niggas was quitting their jobs. Niggas was getting that weekly check from their job. I forgot what it's called when you lose your job. Robin, help me out. But niggas was getting that extra money. You know, niggas was splurging it, but I'm just talking about the crime point. Nigga, there wasn't that much crime, Robin. Yeah, when you get laid off, you get a check. You get a check. Let me see. When you get fired from your job and you get a check from your job, what is that called? Yeah, unemployment. Yes, thank you, Robin. You get unemployment, but you was getting an extra $800. You was getting an unemployment check, and you was getting an extra $800, Robin. Niggas was not out here committing crimes, Robin. Niggas was out here spending. Niggas was buying cars. Niggas was out here partying, eating right. Niggas was catching COVID. Robin, even when you had a job, Robin, in COVID, if you caught COVID, you still get a paycheck. What is we talking about, Robin? There was less crime. And we're not talking about building, we're talking about, yes, this is the thing when it happens. And now you have to ask the question, there's less resources in these communities. This is why all this crime shit is happening. This is why niggas ain't eating out here. People are not eating out here, Robert. Even your community. When y'all were getting these unemployment checks with the extra $800, you was not seeing the crime. Only thing you'll probably see is a few DUIs. Niggas get drunk and just yeehaw, just driving. Y'all going home. Nigga probably have a COVID baby. Nigga, I had a COVID baby. I had a COVID baby, my nigga. You just staying in the house, just fucking, and that's it. That's all you do. On COVID, nigga. Look, yeah, you have a baby. You know, all these COVID babies that came, nigga. Robin, I'm gonna say this. All right. And this is just me. Any amount of money can squeeze out of the government. I support. But Robin, and I'm gonna say this: it's not even squeezing out. It's just what they owe. The government owes Black America. That's what they owe Black America. Like Black America, like Robin. Let me ask you a question. Do you think Black Americans was just fighting in 2020 in the 2020? No, they've been fighting since 1910 for reparations. 1960s for reparations. 1970s for reparations. 1980s for reparations. It's just they don't publicize it. What the Democrats have been doing, what the Republicans have doing, there has, and this is what they have been saying. There have been there are more important stuff than reparations. That's what they have been saying. This is why Democrats and Pan-Africanists are getting that pushback. It's not that, oh yeah, Black Americans, yo, we hate Africans, we hate Caribbeans. No, we don't hate y'all niggas. What the fuck do we need to hate y'all for? We better than y'all niggas. Like nigga, we built a successful country. Nigga, if we go to Africa, and we put it this way, if we niggas always say like, okay, yo, Africa has the smartest people. Let's bring our top. Let's bring our top 10 greatest. Oh no, our top 10 smartest people. We would have been rebuilt Africa already. We would have wiped the floor with their 10% of African people. Let's compare their 10% of smart African people and our 10% of Black American smart people. Who you think is gonna win? Who y'all think is gonna win? Like, come on, let's not do that. I'm not trying to embarrass anybody, but come on. We can't sit here and act like, oh yeah, these niggas is gonna wipe the floor with our top 10 smartest Black Americans. One of our smartest Black Americans invented the heart surgery. Like, are you serious? We're not gonna sit here and act fucking stupid. I refuse y'all to do that. Are there some smart Africans? Absolutely. There's some smart ass Africans, but at the end of the day, we're not gonna sit here and act like, yo, they're gonna wipe the floor with the smartest Black Americans. Nigga, is you crazy? Nigga, we there would not be you without us in America. And it's just it is what it is. Sometimes we have to face the facts that, like, yo, Black Americans are just very smart. You know. Give me a second, everybody. I'm just trying to see what type of car this is, everybody. Uh, type of car it is. I'm just trying to figure out the car. This girl's crazy. Ooh, excuse me, everybody. I'm sipping, everybody. But hey, everybody, let me ask y'all a question. I was thinking about getting a Mustang, everybody. Um, because I got a Camaro. I got a Camaro. Right? I got a Chevy Camaro right now. I was thinking about getting a Mustang, but I got to get a SUV first. Should I get the Mustang first, or should I get the SUV? You know, and the SUV I'm looking at, I'm gonna spend like 15,000. Yeah, Robert. It's just, yeah. The thing about it in New York, y'all really can't drive them because y'all niggas usually take cabs and shit. Let's be honest. Y'all streets are so small, and I fuck with New York. That's why, yo, you turn on the wrong shit, you be like, yo, where the fuck am I at? You know. But yeah, I love New York too, man. It's just too fast for me. I got to be honest, Robin. I don't know how you live there because New York is very fast. It's very very fast. That's why when you get to like simple areas, y'all niggas just out here bugging out. Y'all go to Atlanta, y'all niggas will get shot because y'all moving too fast. Y'all just do too much. Yeah, we walk, take the subway, cabs. We can't really drive. Yeah, it's y'all niggas be bugging. You know, it is what it is. That's why me, I usually go down to DC, go listen to my go-go music, do my no sugar, no cream. Yeah, shout out to Ron Lee. Um, it's like I love New York, but I'm more of a New Jersey, DC, Baltimore. You know, Baltimore, you gotta be a little bit more careful. You gotta be a little bit more careful in Baltimore. But I love Baltimore. I still go down to Baltimore. And shout out to all my BGF family members. Shout out to BGF, but yeah, y'all niggas be out there bugging in DC and Baltimore. Them niggas be running to prison. Shout out to Trav. You know, if you know, you know. Shout out to Trav. But Yeah, y'all niggas be bugging out there, like I have a car, but it is parked. Yeah, Robin, that's the smartest thing to do. Shout out to you, Robin. You're thinking. I would never park in New York. You crazy? I would never park in New York. Hmm. But yeah, I'm glad I'm talking to you, Robin. It's just like, yo, I've been trying to talk to a white American for a very long time. And I apologize, I didn't do the Ellis Island story. I mean, the Ellis Island topic. I probably might do it tomorrow if I'm not like too tipsy tonight. Yeah, it's I was fucked up, man. I didn't feel good I didn't feel good yesterday. I'm not even gonna lie. Then I had to get my car fixed and stuff like that. Shout out to the Boricuas, man. Yo, my homie fixed he fixed my car. Now my ABS light is on. So but like shout out to the Puerto Ricans, man. My homie Hector fixed my car. I'll say that. And this is I always tell people, man, like, yeah, my man fixed my car, man. Like, everybody always thinks with emotionally it's a race thing. It has never been a race thing, because the reason why it has never been a race thing with me, because I know everybody has good and bad people. When you know people have good and bad people, you have to judge people by their characters and their ideology. Even sometimes not even their ideology, but you have to be like, hold up, man, what type of person are you? So that's what life is. Sometimes, and if when you read Machiavelli, if I'm gonna tell everybody, read the Machiavelli book, The Prince. And you start to think different about life. Right now, I want to finish the Machiavelli book, but I'm reading this book right now. It's about the awakening of the universe. I mean, the universal awakening. So, like, yo, I'm on some other shit right now. I'm on some intellectual shit right now. So I think I'm gonna go back to the Machiavelli book right now because that intellectual book I'm just speeding right through it, boom, 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 boom. But the Machiavelli book is like 100 and some change. Yeah, even if you disagree with someone, they might still be a good. I'll say this, Robin. You still gotta be careful. You know, um, and just because of you still got to be careful because you might get put in situations. You might get put into situations where they're gonna have to choose from you and their ideology or their ethics. If their ethics are different than yours, they're gonna have to choose from that. And some people's ethics is race. You know, like for example, Adolf or AH, as we call him on my show. AH is technically an Austrian small hat. His mama, his mama was a small hat. Most people don't know that, but people push this, and we have to call it anti-Semitic. We have to call it anti-Semitic because at the end of the day, we're looking at because of the influence that AH had. You know, the the ideology, and let me tell you why he flipped on the small hats. Do you really want me to be personally honest about AH? He's flipped on the small hats because um a small hat doctor was a responsible of his mother passing away. That's why. That's it. Other than that, he wouldn't hate small hats. You know. And, and you know me. Oh yeah, my bottle's right there. And I'm just being personally honest with you. A lot of people don't. And I'm gonna tell you this. AH didn't like white Americans. He didn't like white Americans. And this is why I don't get all these white supremacist people who like AH. Why do you like AH and he didn't like white Americans? I had to tell a white man that because he had the little two lightning bulbs. I was like, yo, you know he didn't like y'all niggas, right? Yeah, he did. No, he didn't. He was at war with y'all niggas. Why would he like you if he's at war with y'all? If y'all defending the wrong people, if y'all defending the people that he think is wrong, why would he like y'all niggas? Interested. My reason for not liking it's basically not enough. But Robert, I'm gonna say this: you gotta have proof, man. You can't go by like proof. You can't go on by what you heard and what you heard. I want you to be very careful about. Give me a second. Excuse me. And like, only thing you could be mad about is that a lot of them stick together. I have folders full of proof. Damn, but no one listens. No, Robin, I'm gonna say this. You gotta be careful with shit like that. You sure it's real? Know what, Robin? Email me, Robin. Do you have my email? If you have my email, yeah, hell yeah. I know the whole world. I know those stories. Email me, man. Yeah, email me. We'll talk about it. Me and you. I'll I'll go down that rabbit hole with you and see what you're talking about. No, I will freelance that. You know, because let me ask you a question. Yes, save it in my notes. Oh, here goes another FBA loser channel. I can tell you, you know, you don't have a job. I do live in the hood. I like the hood. I love the hood, but I do have a job. You know, I'm a supervisor at a group home for disabled people. But thank you for just judging me without knowing me. You know, is that what you Africans do? Can I judge you? Can you don't mind if I judge you, right? You're probably an African that came over here from Africa and you know brought bushmeat over and got caught. Then after that was a scammer when they let you through, and you live amongst white people because you think they love you, right? I'm just judging you like you just judged me. Yeah. And you like white women. You don't even like your own African women. You like white women, right? I'm just asking. And hey, Kobe, don't forget to subscribe. Once you subscribe, I will take a shot for you. It's Shot Friday. And thank you for definitely coming on this show. Um, I appreciate it. Oh, can I tell you? Can I tell you? Bless your heart, then, because you probably oh yeah, you probably from Africa. You probably live in a castle, and you got uranium. Was a uranium that Wakanda has. Do you got a Black Panther mask too? Shot to you. I'm gonna drink a shot for you. All right, because since I'm a coon and you're a tether. Let me ask you a question. What gives you the audacity to call me a coon and you're from a different country? You probably don't even know what a coon is. What is a coon? What is your definition of a coon, my friend? Please tell me. And this is what I'm drinking. That's all. I'm drinking a little something. A little something. What is a coon to you, Kobe? I know you like Marvel. Marvel is great, but I finished high school in Newton and went to school in more money than your holiness. Oh, congratulations. Bless your heart. Let me ask you a question. Does money make you? Because it seems like money makes you. Since you don't like the hood, you don't like black Americans, does money make you the person that you are? Because you don't have a great personality. So, does money make who you are? Because Newton, don't get me wrong, Newton is one of the most richest, if not richest, towns in Massachusetts. If we're talking about the same thing, you are the definition of. No, I didn't ask you what you think I am. I asked you, what do you think a coon is? I said ask. I didn't say ax. I said ask. I know how to talk, man. I know, nigga, I know my family's country, but come on, I know how to say ask. Come on. I didn't say ax. I said ask. Come on, don't do that to me. I know you're in Newton, but at the end of the day, are you on the piss poor part of Newton? And are you a Nigerian? If you're a Nigerian, I know you don't got money like that. You're just cosplaying of being rich. How about this? How about this? Kobe, you want to play a game? I know it's Friday. I use it. Kobe, I do this. I do this because I do this. Because I've been in Newton. I know. Let me ask you a question. Did you go to Newton North or did you go to Newton South? Newton North or Newton South? I could never live in no hood. I am king. I knew you was African. And you live in the poor part of Newton. You don't live in the rich part of Newton, my friend. You live in the apartments of Newton. You don't live in the houses, the $1 million houses in Newton. Please stop cosplaying, my friend. How did I know that? How do I know that? And you're probably in a foreign exchange student from Northeastern, right? Or even or maybe even Regis, because Regis is a co-ed school. I don't know if Wellesley is a co-ed school, but I know Regis is a co-ed school, right? Everybody, we're gonna break this down. All right. He think I don't know. I used to fuck bitches in Wellesley College. So I know about Newton and Wellesley and all those areas. I used to have a bitch in I used to have a Nigerian bitch in Newton. That's how I know there's a poor part of Newton. I didn't ask you that, my friend. I asked you a question. Do you remember what the question I asked you, or do you need me to ask you again? And thank you for subscribing, man. I do appreciate it though. Work on Wall Street and now oh, you're one of them real estate ass niggas? You ain't making money. You ain't making money. What else do you do? You better have another job than just real estate, my friend. See that, everybody? How did I know? How did I know? Are you sure you went to Newton South? I'm just saying, because like I said, I know what I know. You sure you went to Newton South as a Kenyan American? And shout out to you. I'm no hater here. No, you're not making money right now in real estate right now. No. You might make some you might make some okay money, but you're not making the money that you yeah, you're not making the money that you should be making right now. No. Especially not in Newton, no. Yeah, I work at a group home. What? Let me ask you a question, Kobe. Why should I be embarrassed that I'm a supervisor for a group home? Why should I be embarrassed? It's a job, right? You know, I have other ventures. Do you know I do media? Do you know I do filming? I make good money. Oh, across the USA. Okay. Okay, buddy. Shout out to you, man. God bless your heart. You're not making no money. And I hope not California. I hope you don't say California or Florida. Because you're going to be chasing for your money. I know real estaters. So I don't want you to lie and get yourself caught up in any dumb shit. So just, I'm telling you, it's not, don't do it. Don't lie. You're not making money like that. Oh, yeah, good money with this. Do you think, I'm going to say this, Kobe, I don't really make money off this channel, but I do make money, my man. Mostly, no, I had more people, but it's hey, it happens, man. Sometimes you get good days, sometimes you get bad days. But at the end of the day, you know what's the difference between? Let me ask you a question. Do you know what's different? You know what's the difference between intelligent and smart? No, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, Kobe. You know the difference between intelligent and smart? Do you know the difference? I went to a community college. I can admit I went to a community college. But I'm asking you the question. You know the difference between intelligent and smart? He ain't gonna know. He's gonna give me the worst answer. Everybody, watch this. If he answer, I know he ain't gonna answer. Yo, Kobe, you're supporting Kenya right now. Your greatest leader of Kenya is Obama, Barack Obama, also known as Barry. So, do you know the difference between smart and intelligence? How I want to know this, Robert. How is he working in Wall Street in Wall Streets in New York? You talk about the Wall Street in New York, or you talk about something similar in Massachusetts? That's not Wall Street, the real Wall Street. Let's see what he answers. Everybody, he can't answer that question. I'll answer the question for you, Kobe. The difference between being smart and intelligent: smart people think fast, but intelligent people are deep thinkers. That's it. This guy would be working on. Yeah, yeah. Shout out to you, Kobe. Though I do like you. You're a cool guy, man. You're a cool guy. You do got an anger issue. I can tell you have an anger issue. You need to get your shit together, though. Let me ask you a question. Are you related to that guy that choked out that girl at Logan Airport and ran off to Kenya? Yeah, y'all y'all Kenyan niggas be bugging out over women, man. So that's why I'm asking you. So, but shout out to you, player, man. I fucks with you. I'm glad you're on my show. Thank you. I appreciate it. But yeah, the niggas related to the nigga who choked out the Kenyan girl that didn't want to go out with him. He choked the bitch out and killed her, left her in the fucking trunk, and tried to run off to Kenya. They just got that nigga like what 2-3 months ago. Are you related to that guy, Kobe? Shout out to the Kenyans, man. I know some good Kenyan people, man, but collectively, man, these are the people you got to deal with. Prideful, don't want to admit accountability. You know, very tribalistic. Let me ask you something, Kobe. If you say you've been on my show for years, for a year, why haven't Kobe? We need niggas like you on this show because I'm gonna be personally. I do like you. I think you're a cool guy, but I think your priorities is fucked up. You do everything except your job, my nigga. You're a real estater. You work for Wall Street. Like my nigga, if you work for Wall Street, why the fuck are you doing real estate? That shit don't even mix. That shit don't even go, my nigga. Like, and it's cool, yo. Newton is nice. It's a nice place. It's probably I personally, I think Newton is the richest city or town in in Massachusetts. So if he lives in Kobe, if you live in Newton and you're making money out like that, you live in $1 million houses. Because one of my former bosses live in Newton. That's how I know you were lying. You ain't got money like that. You ain't balling like that. So that's how I know. And shout out to you. But in this show, you don't have to cosplay. Niggas. If niggas is doing bad, niggas is doing bad. You know how many broke ass Pan Africans that I talk to? You know how many broke ass fucking Afro Latino niggas I talk to? Broke ass fucking white supremacists. Like my nigga, you don't have to fludge about it. Like, come on, my nigga. And if you talking money, nigga, why you ain't giving no donations? I gave you the time and I gave you the energy, my nigga. Like, come on, let's not do that. Like, come on, and I fuck with you, my nigga. Then he named himself Thanos. Like, come on, my nigga. I know you don't get no pussy. You gotta pay for pussy, my nigga. Like, nigga, you're calling yourself Kobe Thanos. Like, come on, my nigga. Don't do that to yourself. Change that name. Nigga, you better off naming yourself Mansa Musa, my nigga. Like, come on, don't do that to you. I fucks with you. I'ma tell you, anyways. You're irrelevant. Reparations, no reparations ever. Oh, shout out to Ray Ray. Thanks for the jewels, man. Oh, he came in clutch time too. Shout out to Ray Ray. Yeah, man, Ray Ray. My man out here, man. This nigga talk about he worked for Wall Street, he does real estate. Nigga, how do you got time to stay in the fucking state to do all of this shit? Like, come on. This nigga out here lying. Why niggas gotta lie to me? Like, come on. Y'all don't gotta lie to me and stuff like that. And like, yeah, I still live in the hood. I love the hood. I think if I'm a millionaire, I still have a crib in the hood. You know. But the thing about it, I lived in the hood all my life. So like at the end of the day, if I get some good shit, yeah, that shit is like normal to me. No, I had the best shit ever. I've been wearing a Balenciaga before Balenciaga came out. I've been wearing a yeah. Hold on one second, everybody. Let me see what Ray Ray say. Those those balls. Yeah, man, yo, when you balling out, Rob, yo, Ray Ray, when you balling out here, niggas is balling out here. Like niggas don't gotta lie to me, my niggas be in niggas be in tough spaces, tough times in their life, nigga. I have been in tough times in my life. I don't have to lie about being in tough times in my life. I have been in those tough times. You know, I don't get why people have to lie about that. Like my nigga, you from Kenya, my nigga. Y'all niggas don't even got sneakers over there. Y'all nigga don't even got a basketball. Y'all nigga don't even got a recreational center in fucking Kenya. Like, come on, yeah. Y'all basketball court is a fucking a big ass wooden six was it 2x4 with a fucking crate, nigga. Y'all still playing in crates, niggas we used to do in the 80s. That's how y'all play basketball. Like, let's not do that. Niggas talk shit over here. You know, and shout out to you, Kobe Thanos, but we know you don't get pussy, my nigga. If you naming yourself after a Marvel Comics character, we know yeah, you get comic books, not pussy. And it's cool, you know. I like comic books, but I'm not gonna give 100% about what's going on and shit like that. Nah, my focus is gonna give. Let me get some meow meow, nigga. I don't think you. I don't even think about the weaves as who's that? I'm good grade. I'm a good grade. Yeah, let them know. Let them know, Ray Ray. Yeah, yeah. Niggas don't understand Ray Ray. Yeah, niggas is out here. This is the thing, Ray Ray. I will entertain it, and I can only entertain it because it's Friday. But Monday through Thursday, I'm not entertaining this shit. You know, and this is why Shabaka's mad at me because I can't entertain him Monday through Friday because it's like my nigga, he's pathetic. Like, yo, first of all, you ain't giving no donations. You ain't, hold on one second. Let me tell you what. Yeah, you're not supporting the channel. You're probably not sharing. Only thing you did was probably subscribe so you could talk shit. Like, come on, my nigga. Like, as many times, like, yo, I put on shows for these Pan African fucking broke bums niggas, bum ass niggas, and these niggas can't even support me. I'm like, nigga, fuck y'all niggas, you dusty ass niggas. You're like, come on, like, I do all of this for y'all niggas, and like, yo, I be yo, Ray Ray, it's so bad. I be having shows for these niggas, so they can, so they can, so they can talk about it, you know, and it's cool, but I'm not gonna act like, oh yeah, they're doing me a favor, like none, and I had to tell Be Active, nigga, you're not doing me a favor, my nigga, you just fucking spamming my live chat. You're spamming my live chat and you're aggravating me. Why the fuck you think you're doing me a favor? Nigga, like, yo, you could get the fuck out of here and I'm not gonna lose. Nigga, I pray that you get the fuck out of here. This is what I, this is why I tell these Pan African rejects. All these niggas is rejects. All these Pan Africans, and I gotta be honest, Ray Ray, all these Pan Africans are cosplaying of being African. That's what Pan Africanism is. It's just cosplaying of being African. The fuck? Let's be honest about it. Full of ice, all my girls' heads to toe. Yeah, Rob. Hey, Ray Ray. They don't know. Rob, Ray Ray, I'm gonna tell you the dopest. Yo, I'm gonna tell you a lie that I swear to God out of my whole life. And this is why I love the projects. When I stayed in the projects, I was never ever broke in my life. Nigga, I was never broke when I was living in the projects. I was when I left the projects and I started living in the hood and getting jobs and shit like that. That's when I found out what brokenness was. When I lived in the projects, I didn't know what being broke was. I thought being broke because you didn't have like fucking $5,000 in your pocket. I'm being honest. I didn't know niggas was actually out here broke with no money. When I really had no money, I'm like, yo, what the fuck is going on? I was lost. I was lost. The real Africans go for so yeah. Real talk, Ray Ray. Real Africans go for self. I didn't know what brokenness was. I was like, yo, what the fuck is going on? I was like, yo, why do I need to go to the hospital? Yo, I'm not feeling right. And niggas, excuse me, and niggas might think I'm joking. Nigga, when I lived in the projects, I always had a full fucking refrigerator worth of food. When you lived in a hood, nigga, niggas live different than the South. In the South, you have a whole bunch of food in your refrigerator. And I'm talking about the country area. I'm not talking about Atlanta. I'm talking about the country area. I mean the country area. And I lived in Alabama. Niggas had bologna and only cheese without no bread in the hood. I had to ask a nigga, yo, what the fuck is you smoking? What the fuck is you on? Like, yo, why you only got bologna, cheese, and nigga, you only got bologna and cheese in your refrigerator. How you living, nigga? Like, what is going on? Oh, nigga, niggas is out here. Yo, we down out here. Nigga, are you serious? You got no vegetables. You ain't got no fruit. You don't got no. Or you you ever get tired of puppets? Yeah, I do sometimes. I'm not even gonna lie. Sometimes I do I get tired. I do get tired. That's why I just shop online right now. I just look, yo, I just shop online right now. I'm about to buy a Chanel outfit, my nigga. I'm about to buy a Chanel tracksuit. I thought, and the sad thing about, I thought only Chanel was for women. They say, yo, they got a men's section of Chanel. I'm like, what? Yo, real talk. I thought only Chanel was for women. And they say, yo, Chanel is for men too, nigga. What is you smoking on? What is you on? Like, Rosalind, where you been at? I'm like, nigga, I thought nigga was on the True Religion Balenciagas. You know, the Hermaine. Nigga, like, yo, Hermaine, what is you on, my nigga? And then this is how you know I'm a project nigga. Niggas is on this shit that niggas is like, yo, Charmaine, nigga. Hermaine, I'm sorry, Hermaine. Like, yo, this nigga's bugging. It like I said, you know, I always tell people like, yo, if you spend like, and this is if you're not really getting money like that. If you spend $130 on a sweatsuit, that's decent, you know. Don't go overboard and buy like three or four of them and stuff like that, and you're not making money like that. If anything, just get a Nike tracksuit, sweatsuit, or a Nike sweatsuit. There's nothing wrong with a Nike Tech, you know. There's nothing wrong with that, you know. And but if you get a little bit of money, spoil yourself with Chanel. Nigga, if you wearing a suit, get the little logo you pin on your nigga. Nigga, I'm wearing ascots, nigga. Like, come on. Like, come on, nigga. Niggas is out here. Niggas is like, yo, you out here looking like your grand. Oh, nigga, you don't know what an ascot is? So you haven't touched down right now, man. You still in prehistoric times. You gotta tell niggas you on prehistoric times, man. Don't even worry about that. Niggas is black dandies out here. Black Americans is black dandies out here. And if you know, you know. If you want to know what I'm talking about, dandy, 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 black dandy. You're damn near You're damn near Machiavellian fashion. Steroids, nigga. That's all I gotta tell you. But it's like this is the shit that we deal with, you know. And shout out to the little Kenyan nigga, you know, the big headed Kenyan nigga. You know, I fucks with you still, but like my nigga, I'm not gonna have you flodge out here. And you're from Massachusetts. I'm from Massachusetts. This is how I know that what I know about Man, oh, Malaikum Salam, Ali. Shout out to you. Shout out to you, Ali. But yeah, I know about Massachusetts. I didn't just say I'm from the projects, and most people stay in the projects. That's why everybody's related to everybody in my projects. Damn, that everybody's related to my projects. My projects is probably one of the most biggest projects in Massachusetts. I'm from Jamaica Plain Projects, so if you know what I'm talking about. From my family's from Brumsley Heat Projects. Um, I don't usually tell people that because people hate my projects in Boston. So we're the most hated, damn near most hated people in in Boston. You know, they fight damn near every. But yeah, that nigga he said he's from Newton. And I said, what school you went to? Newton North or Newton South? He said I went to. Let me see what the nigga said, because I could tell the nigga's lying. He said I went to. Okay, now he went to Newton South. No, one of my basketball buddies went to Newton South. So he said it right. He just spelled Newton wrong. So he spelled Newtown, you know. But yeah, it's like I said. A lot of these niggas is they're not. A lot of these Africans, and I fuck with Africans, but a lot of y'all niggas need to get together. I think y'all need to get y'all shit together collectively. Black Americans will never unite with y'all ever again, probably for the next 20, 30 years, until a new generation comes and say, like, yo, you know what, maybe we should come together now. Um but but I think if Africa ever wants to solve anything, I think they need to solve it themselves. And I think collectively, they might need to have a civil, not even, I don't want to say a civil war, but I think they need to have a revolt against their own government. If they don't have a revolt vote against their government, they're gonna have to go. They're gonna have to go what they're going through for the next another 20, 30 years. So they need to have a revolt. And that's why, like, I didn't want to shit on Kobe, but like, Kobe, come on, my nigga, you a Kenyan, and I fuck with Kenyans, but like, my nigga, y'all not the don't act like, yo, you're like, yo, you big pimping out here. You're probably paying for pussy, you know, on the escort sites, and it's cool. Like, yo, you getting some good grade A pussy because you're paying for it. But I'm just saying, like, my nigga, you gotta tone that shit down. Like, you know, you're balling out here. You know, I always say that. I always say that to my people. Cause I don't consider them my brother, but I do, like, yeah, I do fuck with some of them, but collectively, no. I'm not gonna say, yeah, you're my brother and shit. Nah, I don't do that shit. I hate doing that with Africans and everybody's, and that's why I said I get offended when Shabaka calls me brother. Please don't call me brother. It offends me, and I tell him that shit all the time, and he still does it. You know, I hate it. I hate when Africans and other people of ethnicity call me brother. It offends me because I know they don't see me as a brother. You know, Africans need a major co-op. I think the new youth in India about to turn up in the caste system. Yeah, I think so too. The reason why, Ali, and I'm gonna say this, is because, yo, niggas is watching India. And I always tell people all the time, I think Indians are more racist than white people. You know, white people have done more harm. Yes, I do agree. But racially, I think Indians and Argentinians are more racist than white Americans or white Europeans, if anything. You know, And I would tell Indians be care. I mean, I would tell Africans be careful with Indian people. Yes. Are they a good Indian people? Yes, they are, but not collectively. You know, there are some good ones, like in Boston, like in Massachusetts, not Boston, but Massachusetts. Indians were lying, talking about black people were robbing them, and they got caught lying, saying that black people were robbing them, and they got deported. So it's this is why I always tell people like, yeah, you got to be careful with these Indian people, and I'm warning Africa as I warn Latinos about Argentinians. So this is why I always tell y'all all the time. Stop. I told y'all, your Pan Africans, y'all Latinos, stop calling me xenophobic, because at the end of the day, I do defend you and I do give y'all warnings. I gave y'all, I gave y'all warnings about Argentina. Did I or did I not? I gave y'all warnings about them 8 months ago. I made a show about that shit about Argentina. I said, yeah, what they did to their African ancestors is fucked up. And Be Active went against me and said no. At, Latinos don't have a colorism problem. I said, yes, y'all do have a colorism problem. And I was like, there's nothing. I was like, yeah, y'all do, but you act like you can't fix it. Y'all can fix it, but we can't act like it doesn't exist in these Latin countries. Why y'all think y'all so freely to call Afro Latinos Negroes? And y'all don't mean it in a proper way. Y'all mean it in a derogatory way. You know, like I'm not gonna sit here and lie and act like it's not happening, but it's true. Like, do we think because of that shit that happens in Dominican Republic when niggas be like, "Oh yeah, I'm no black," that they're the only ones doing it? No, let's not act like the Dominicans are the only ones doing it. That's more of a systematic structure thing. Yeah, little Germany, yup. hmm Yo, Ray Ray in New York, Puerto Ricans used to call themselves Germans. In New York. In Boston they didn't do this shit, but in New York they did do it. So like they used to walk around with the little mustache and stuff, doing all this shit. Yeah, like you used to do all that shit. Agree. Anyway, yeah, we really don't understand tribalism. Yeah, but I'm gonna say this. Uh, Ali, I do agree with Ray Ray too. We don't understand it, but I think we do need to observe it. Because at the end of the day, I think we need to adapt with times when it comes to Africans. When they come over here with their tribalism, I think we need to adapt to it. And when I say adapt to it, we ne- I don't want to consider FBA or Black Americans a tribe, but at the end of the day, I think we need to do for our people itself. You know, do I think it's wrong? Mm, Depending how you use it, yes. You know, give me a second. Depending how you use it, yes, it could be wrong. But New York is very, very. I'm gonna say this. For example, and this is what I observed. I said absorb. I observed with New York. The reason why they have this black and brown, this black diaspora thing is because the Latin Kings in the 80s. Yes, the Latin Kings in the 80s. They were starving people in the prison system. They were like slicing people's faces too out in the open as well. And Caribbeans had to come together. And I'm gonna say this: Caribbeans and black had to come together, as I was told, um, to go against Latin Kings. This is how the Crips and Bloods was started, I believe. Um, so I will say this: King Flex was wrong about that. I will say that King Flex was wrong about that because I heard that from V from Vengeance and I heard that from Kwame. The same story. But I don't want to use the word oppressed. I think oppressed is a little bit different than strong arm. They strong arm blacks in black diaspora. So yeah. I wouldn't use the word like I said again, I wouldn't use the word oppressed, but they use the word oppressed in New York, so I have to go on with the laws of the land of what they were using. So yeah. Um King Flex was wrong about that. I didn't know myself, so I think Kwame was right about that. Because V for Vengeance vouched for that because he said he was in the system at that time. So yeah. Shout out to V for Vengeance. I haven't seen him in a long time, but I always that's my man's. I want one thing I always say: V for Vengeance is the man. And I always look at him as a, I don't know if I want to say a big brother or uncle, because he has more knowledge about New York than I do. I love New York, and I always tell people I love New York. I wouldn't live in New York. First, taxes is crazy. Boston is already 6%. But New York, they get money out there, but it's just too much for me. I'm more of a Boston Southern man. You know, I could like, I could stay in Alabama on a farm all day. You know, picking vegetables and cutting vegetables and cooking something and stuff like that. No, working with the animals and shit like that, and I can do shit like that. I could do that every day. Um, but Boston, I can live in Boston. I can live in Massachusetts. It's not hard. So I was me in Boston. I was always there to become different. I always lived on that code, dare to become different. I didn't like when niggas was wearing the baggy jeans. I was the one wearing the slim fit pants and stuff like that. I was the one getting the bitches. The only people who were hating on me was the niggas who couldn't really get bitches. They was like, "Oh yeah, he's gay" and shit like that. Because I didn't dress baggy. I didn't wear the baggy pants no more. I was a slim fit, dress nice and stuff like that. When girls see me, I smell good. I get manicures and shit like that. You gotta dress fly. Get a haircut, look good. You know, I got the beard going on right now. I'm gonna fade it out a little bit. I'm gonna fade it even. I'm gonna try that out. Actually, everybody, I'm gonna fade out the beard so like it just looks like it just come in. And yeah, you'll see, you'll see. But let me ask you a question, Ray Ray. Let me ask you a question, Ali. Should white America, and this is, I think y'all gonna be the last. Should white America support black reparations? That's the real question I want to ask y'all because I asked St. Michael's. St. Michael's really didn't answer the question. He always try to sound intelligent, and he's not really intelligent. He's a fucking idiot. Robin answered the question, but Robin, I agree with Robin, but the only thing that I disagree with Robin is that if anything to pimp the system, basically he agrees with it. I would tell him never go on that ideology. The reason why, because it would have. You also got. I'm gonna say this, Robin. You still also need to think about yourself. Yes, you can be selfless, but yes, sometimes you have to be selfish. And the reason why I say you have to be selfish, because at the end of the day, you open the door for other people to get what you should be getting yourself, or you forget about yourself. It's more of a self abuse thing, you know. Everyone was, yes, I agree with you, Ray. Ray. Remember we ran into the terror. They knew it. They knew that. Yeah, but Ray, the thing about us and other like people from the black diaspora, we're resilient. We're inclusive. Like if you get out of place, we'll put you in your spot, and we'll come collectively. We're not gonna just break. Like back in the days, maybe some people would like, oh yeah, yeah, yada yada yada. But also, you'll have people that will like, yo, you can't be doing that shit. It started in the probably the early 2000s when it's just other black people were letting other people of color or other people of black American ethnicity or FBA ethnicity, non FBA ethnicity violate other black Americans in FBA. You know, this is why Tariq Nasheed did what he did. He gave up contracts to do what he's doing now, and I don't think people understand that. You know, like Tariq Nasheed could have made millions of dollars. It's not like, oh yeah, Tariq Nasheed was starving over money. Tariq Nasheed been a millionaire for like almost 30 years. He been a millionaire for over 30 years. A multi-millionaire. It's not like, oh yeah, this nigga's just starving for money. Tariq Nasheed does what he does because he loves us. He loves his people. It's not more of a parasite thing, like, oh yeah, this is just a new thing popping. Like, let me ask y'all a question. How many times King Flex has supported us even though he know that shit wasn't popping? When the hip hop shit wasn't popping, when niggas was saying, oh yeah, hip hop was half black, half Puerto Ricans, half Caribbeans. That shit wasn't popular. Tariq Nasheed could have catered to that whole shit and got millions of dollars. How many times when King Flex was saying that, oh yo, we all work together and stuff like that, he could have made a documentary about everybody working together, knowing that shit wasn't true. Like King Flex is leaving money on the table for the next generation to say, like, yo, you know what? I'm giving you a platform to get busy out here. And this is why I always explain to people, I was like, yo, even if you're African and even Caribbean, you need to support to King Flex, even though it's not in your favor right now. But at the end of the day, how many years, how many decades that King Flex have been supporting y'all, have been defending y'all? Now, when we talk about reparations, y'all niggas want to leave us in the dust. Talk about we don't need reparations. What you mean we, my nigga? You're from a different country. I just want y'all to think about that. How many decades King Flex have been supporting the black diaspora, have been supporting Latinos, and they turned on them because he wanted to support his own people. Yes, yes, baby. King Flex is Tariq Nasheed. How many times they turned King Flex been Tariq Nasheed has been supporting the black diaspora, have been supporting Afro Latinos, Latino culture for 20 years. 2019, they turned on him because he wanted to support Black Americans. He wanted to do a documentary about Black Americans. He wanted to ask the questions like, yo, why are you putting out these movies about Black Americans? Making them look crazy. Now, 2026, let's forget about that. I just said that. Actually, remember what I just said. But let's move up to 2026. Now 2026, Tariq Nasheed trying to put Black Americans in position to get what they owe and to put them in a better position. And economically, he trying to put Black Americans in position. Look, we got the Shabakas, we got the Be Actives, we got the Kobe Thanos, we got the Black Snow Bunnies, disrupted. After everything that King Flex did for them, Tariq Nasheed did so much for them. He made documentaries about them. He made he made 5 documentaries about Africa. He made one documentary about what? Give me a second, everybody. I'll be right back. All right. Uh, he made all these documentaries about people. He makes one document. He made 2 documentaries about Black America. One documentary about Black America and the culture, hip hop. Hip hop. They all turn on him. They all call him xenophobic. They all call him divisive. Like, let's ask this question. This is the real question I want to ask y'all. Why have any loyalty to the Black diaspora if they can't support reparations? Support Black policies? Like, they're the reason why we say, like, yo, you know what? We have to delineate from the Black diaspora. Everybody blames Black Americans for it, and I get it. You know, and I do agree. Like, yo, if we can work together, a lot of shit will be done fast. But at the end of the day, a lot of these people are not on the same page with Black Americans. Every time a Black American issue comes up, their issues is more important than Black Americans. That's telling you something. That's really telling you something. Like, let me ask you a question. You know how many times I told them people, I was like, yo, I want to work with the Black diaspora. I do want to work with Afro Latinas and even Latinos, but the shit ain't gonna work because at the end of the day, they don't care about us. They care about their own situation. They care about. Let me ask you a question. This is how the Democrats fucked them over. They put a black face in front of them. They put their own people in front of them, and their own people sold them out and sent more people back to their country than Trump did. Now, let me ask you a question. Why didn't they have the same energy for for Barack Obama than Donald Trump? What is we talking about? And Obama's over here stunting and strutting in front of all these niggas' faces. This nigga Kobe had the audacity to talk about foundational Black American, then didn't talk about his own leader, Barack Obama, sending his cousins and his brothers and sisters back. Obama's Kenyan. That nigga sent more of his own people back than fucking Trump did. This is telling y'all something. This is really telling you something. The question is asked, and I'm gonna ask you the black diaspora this question: Latinos, Africans, Asians, Indians, Caribbeans. Let me ask y'all a question: Who has done more harm to you, Trump or fucking Obama? Don't forget, Obama sent most of y'all niggas back. Who has done more harm to y'all? That's the question. Yeah, Trump is cutting down programs so y'all don't get shit, but y'all are hard workers. You see, like this is the question. This is the crazy thing, and this is why I didn't take so much offense with Kobe said. Kobe Thanos said. The reason why I didn't take no offense to it because he didn't have the same energy for Barack Obama. Why didn't you have the same energy for Barack Obama? And he sent most of your he sent your family back. But you have more smoke for me, Tariq Nasheed, Afro Elite, Alpha, Daniel. Y'all have more smoke for me about that shit. But when these niggas is actually sending your family back and breaking up y'all family, y'all don't say shit. Y'all don't say shit about that. Y'all throw that shit under the rug. Yeah, and baby, you're right. They both evil, but at the end of the day, they don't have smoke for that evilness about Obama. Yeah, you're right, baby. You're right about that. It didn't harm Black Americans. It harmed more of the Black diaspora. But this is why they're bugging the fuck out. A lot of this Black diaspora and a lot of these Latinos is bugging the fuck out because a lot of Black Americans always help. There's always people always talk about black and brown unity, but when people ask where's this black and brown unity happen, a lot of people can't answer that question. Nobody can answer the question. I can't answer the question because it's not a collective. It's not a collective thing. Are individuals uniting with black and brown people? Yes, but it's not collectively. It has never been collective. And I'm saying this, I'm telling y'all Latinos as a friend. Let's say I'm a friend. I'm telling y'all as a friend that it has never been collectively. When black people had to handle something, there's always has been black Americans. But when y'all needed help, black Americans was always there, even though y'all showed out y'all asses in the 60s, in the 30s. Like we can't forget about Felix Tijuana when he said, "Yo, the Negro problem is the Negro problems. We want to be white," and he was a Latinos. He was a Mexican. He worked for Lilac. He was the president of Lilacs. He's the one who defends the Latino community. He said the Negro problems is not our problems. We're here trying to be white. They didn't even want to be Latino. And this is where I always explain to people. And this is why I always tell people I upbring the Latino culture because at the end of the day, y'all have a great culture, but but also I don't want you trying to steal Black American culture. If it's a crossbred culture with Black American influence, it just says a Black American influential culture. There's nothing wrong with that. You know how many Black people was influenced by other cultures? Wu Tang, nigga. Wu Tang was named after an Asian person, an Asian gang. It means what? Family, I think. That's what Wu Tang think. I think it's named Family. But everything was Black American. It's just the name. And the ideology was a little bit Asian, So we can't act like, what? Wu Tang is only Black American. No Latinos and Asians want to when yeah, they do want to whiten their culture, but it's you got also too, baby. You gotta look where these niggas came from. They're not resilient. A lot of these people ain't resilient. At least what I can say about Asians, they want to stay with other Asians. You know, and that's to a certain extent. So you're right, but there's just more to say about it. You know, I do want to say that. That's why I say, yo, reparations is so important because at the end of the day, you got to understand too. I think reparations is very important, is because you got to look at it. You got all these other people from these diasporas getting land and cities and towns and stuff like that. You got Chinatown, you got Korean town, you got Greek town, you got Jewish town, you got Italy, you got Little Italy, you got fucking Senegalese town, you got Little Africa, you got all these towns, but you don't have a black town. We have black communities, yes. One thing I disagree with all these black activists, ooh, excuse me, all these black activists is when they say that black Americans don't have a town in communities. Black Americans in America has a community. We have a black community in America in Massachusetts, and it's called Oak Bluff. Oak Bluff is a black community, black American community. Well, I'm not gonna sit here and this is why I always tell people all the time. I'm tired of these Africans saying that there's no black communities. What the fuck is you talking about? What is we talking about? This is a historical black community. I had to show this African. I was like, yo, you know, black Americans have their own community in Massachusetts. He's like, really? I was like, you never heard of Oak Bluff? He's like, no. I was like, we used to call that Inkwell. If you ever watched the movie Inkwell, and it has Lorenzo Tate in it. He had an afro at the time, so shout out to Lorenzo Tate. Yeah, it's a black community. But yeah, Asian, yeah, use cream to lighten it. Yeah, they do, baby. You're right. They use that shit to. Asian people use that shit to lighten their skin too. It's more of a classism with Asians, where the lighter you are, you're a city girl. They call the people who are in, and I think we do the same thing too. We call them country bumpkins. But I don't mind being a country bumpkin. I love being a country. They got dark skin. Ooh, got my skin color on and stuff like. And I could be a little bit darker if you need me to be, but I tell people all the time, I don't mind being darker. I don't turn dark. I'll turn burgundy, but yeah, man, that darker the better. The darker the how darker you are, the doper you are. You know. And I tell all Black American, I tell everybody, Black Americans come in all different types of colors. So definitely, we're not just one color. We're all different. We're all different type of shades of color, and that's what makes us so super dope. That's what I love about being Black Americans. We can come in on. My cousin LaShore, she could damn near pass for white. You know, and it's probably because their mama, I think, is Italian or some shit like that. Um, but my uncle Hen, he darker too. He darker than me. Shout out to my Uncle Hen. I love my Uncle Hen, man. He's super dope. Yo, my Uncle Hen, let me tell you the greatest image I've had of my Uncle Hen, he had Jerry curls. The nigga had the marvelous Mark Merrill Jerry curls. So and that's why I love my Uncle Hen. My Uncle Hen, he growing a little bit bald right now. I'm about to give him the joint grow his hair back. He might get the little Jerry curls back with the little bit of. That nigga, my man. That nigga like might look like Ashton. What's his name? Ashton Simpsons and shit. Yo, my uncle head is super dope. I love yo. My favorite uncle is my uncle Mark, but my uncle Hen is different. I love my uncle Hen. My uncle Hen, he inspired me to be great. My uncle Hen is retired. He works his little bit of job. He just divorced. This is his second divorce, but yo, my nigga's living life. My uncle Hen living life. You know how many people would want my uncle Hen's life? He lives in Dedham, chilling. Just yo, he drives a caddy. Yo, my uncle Hen's, and then this is to me that's a hood dream and stuff like that. Cause most hood niggas want to drive a Cadillac, Escalade. If not me, I'm a Tahoe nigga. You know, just be driving, living life. Yo, this is how niggas be picturing it. I love being dark skinned. I don't look like in my 50. Oh, you're in 50? Miss Baby, you do not look 50. You look I Miss Baby, I thought you was my age. I thought you was like 41, 41, 38. I thought I was older than you, Miss Baby. Miss Baby, you 50? I didn't even know that. I thought you was like in your 30s. Yes. My my physician said I look much younger than my biological. Miss Baby, you look like you're in your 30s. You look like 38, 39. You can even you get yo, you could even pass for 37. Miss Baby, I did not, all jokes aside, I did not know you was that older than me. I really thought you was like 37, 38. I'm older than yeah, it's Miss Baby. Yeah. Yeah, that's why your booski is gonna keep you. Yeah. Your booski gonna stay with you, Miss Baby. Yeah. Yeah. I thought you was like 37, 38, Miss Baby. I thought I was older than you. Yeah. Like I don't look my age, but I don't know why 21-year-old girls keep on hitting me. I was like, first of all, I got shorty do wops. And I was like, I can't even be fucking with you. I was like, second of all, I'm 41 years old. What? I thought you was like 23, 24. I'm like, no, I'm not 20. Girl, my hair. Well, I always had this fucking hairline. I always had this hairline, man. I don't know why. I think because my granddaddy had that. My great granddaddy had that same shit too. You know, I'm gonna take a picture of my granddaddy, my daddy, and yo, you're gonna be like, yo, what the fuck? These niggas look just like you. Yeah. They all I think all together we have what? My granddaddy has 8 kids. My daddy has 5. I have 2 that I know about. Yeah, black don't crack it unless you smoke it. I tell you that, you know. Yeah. But everybody, give me like 45 seconds and we're gonna start the show. I know I've been talking, been doing my thing, but yeah, we're gonna start the show in 45 minutes. Gonna go check on the little children. All right, everybody, we back. So we're gonna watch some videos right now. It's not gonna be too long. I think this is why I talked for like 3 hours. So, give me a second, everybody. Let me. All right, here we go. All right, so the first video we're gonna watch is first we're gonna figure out what reparation is. If this is the right video that I chose, so definitely pay attention and we will break it down. It's not too long. It's a minute and some change. So let's get busy.
Justice and equality are growing louder in America. With those calls comes a renewed interest in reparations. Reparations are the act of making amends to someone or a group of people who have been wronged. Germany paid billions of dollars in reparations to Holocaust victims or their families and to Israel after the Nazi atrocities of World War II. And in 1988, the US paid more than 80,000 Japanese Americans who were held in internment camps during World War II. They each got $20,000. But African Americans have never gotten reparations for their 246 years of slavery. Lawmakers have introduced bills in Congress to study reparations and whether it's possible, but most have never gotten very far. In 2008, the House of Representatives issued an apology for slavery. And in 2019, bills to study and develop a proposal for reparations were introduced into both houses of Congress. But the legislation languished. Recently, there's been renewed interest, like the Harriet Tubman Community Investment Act, which the Maryland General Assembly is considering. The Brookings Institution says it could be a possible blueprint to what reparations could look like for Black Americans. Under this act, the descendants of slaves in Maryland could receive the following repayments. Tracing the descendants of slaves will be one major challenge. Unlike victims of the Holocaust and Japanese internment camps, there are not a lot of paper trails for the descendants of slavery. The census didn't count Black Americans until 1870, and unlike immigrant groups who have their history documented at Ellis Island, there's no...
I think that's cap. Ellis Island. This is why we will do Ellis Island tomorrow. I have to do Ellis Island tomorrow because of this shit. I want to say this. A lot of these Ellis Island people are immigrants. They're white immigrants. There were Caribbeans too, but they were in like the 40s and the 60s. They weren't a big population. So, why these white people look so weird. But yeah, it's like we're not gonna lie and act like we didn't have census. We had census since the 1700, but you got to understand. You got to look at Walter Plecker, where Walter Plecker reclassified Black Americans. A lot of Black Americans were considered native everywhere, so it wasn't just in Virginia. So yeah.
central historical database for the descendants of slaves. Hey, thanks for watching. If you like this video, check out...
So the next one we're gonna be watching is African Diaspora News channel. This we will be talking about how white supremacists is trying to add on the veterans from like all these other wars, Civil War and all this other crazy shit, Gulf War, Vietnam War, for reparations. So I like I said, I think they're trying to make it a joke. It's not a joke, but they're trying to make it a joke where Black Americans like when I say they're trying to make it as a joke, they're just trying to add other stuff into it where it discredits Black Americans. This is why I had to ask St. Michael's, and I told him, yo, you got to be honest. Why don't you want, you know, why don't you want reparations for Black Americans? Why are you against supporting Black reparations for why are you against supporting black reparations? He really didn't have an answer for it. He just started talking some other shit. And that's why I asked him, you know the difference between being smart and being intelligent? And that's why I had to tell him, and I said this to Kobe Thanos, because he seems like he's trying to act like he's smart, but I don't think he was smart nor intelligent. I think he was more just calculated. You know, some people are just very calculated people. And that's why I said most people who are intelligent are very deep thinking people. You know, smart people know how to get out of problems. They know how to solve problems fast. But if you're a deep thinker, you think more than just the problem. You think of how to solve the problem, how to prevent the problem, you know, how to not have this problem again. That's the difference between a deep thinker and somebody who's intelligent. I mean, somebody who's smart or who's intelligent. St. Michael's mom got blacked in front of facts. Shout out to Randall. How you been, Randall? How's everything?
Marine Corps veteran by the name of Brian McGinnis. Now, he posted this on his page recently from a meeting that he attended about a month ago or so. So check it out.
I, as a white American male, want to voice my rejection to racism towards black people. Our American history is entrenched with diabolical racism through laws and just pure evil hatred towards black people. And I want to denounce.
If he says but, this is what's going to cancel his conversation. So if he says but, this is going to cancel everything he says.
Announce that as many times as I can throughout my life, and I believe we as a society must atone for that in unison and together to help bring this country healing and make us stronger.
So, as you saw there, he was speaking about atonement, right, for the racism that has been exacted upon Black Americans. And he also posted this: Black and white Americans united makes a strong America. I believe Black Americans deserve reparations for the racist laws that stole generational wealth from Black communities.
I'm gonna say this. Let me let them finish.
And kept the wealth gap wide amongst blacks and whites. So I should also say that he is an independent candidate for the Senate. But, you know, I don't want to say it's amazing because it's not rare that some white people, you know, speak like that and say that we deserve reparations and things like that. But it is refreshing.
I'm gonna say this. It's great that he does say it, but what is he doing for reparations? You know, I didn't see this video yet. So I don't know what Auntie's gonna say. Hold on one second. Yes, but yes, black don't crack. You don't like. You don't look like it. Thanks, Auntie. I thank you, Auntie Bebe. I do appreciate that. You know, you know, my secret is red wine, the sun, and fornication. So that's my secret of staying young as a young black man and stress free. You know, so that's how I stay young. So thank you, Auntie. I do appreciate that.
Think it's refreshing because, for one, we know, especially as Black Americans, that it's going to take for white people to get on board because, per polling, most white Americans are totally against reparations being given to Black American descendants of slavery. They just are because, for one, they say, oh, it was so long ago. Nobody's actually a slave today, and we aren't slave masters. Well, a lot of them are still benefiting from the generational wealth that was given to white slave masters, and not even given, right? It was.
That's the thing. People don't understand white privilege would not be acceptable, or white privilege wouldn't be valid if it wasn't for slavery. You know, St. Michael's, hold on. A pair of lips say anything. Yeah, you're right, Rando, you are right. Shout out to you, Rando. Rando was right. He said a pair of lips will say anything. Let me put that on the page. Um, Shout out to yo. I don't think y'all know, but Rando is a white man. He plays semi football. Rando gets his shit done. Yo, he's a supporter of Black Americans. You know, and I'm gonna tell you this, Rando. Thank you, man. Ever since you came on my show, you have never changed. You still you still support Black Americans. You know, I know a lot of people would have changed by then, by the conversations we do have, but at the end of the day, one thing I will say, Randall, and I always say is white people are not evil individually. You know, you have never been you have never said anything individually evil about Black Americans. You have supported your kids, and you say your kids are mixed. And shout out to you, because you know what? I know that's not an easy job. It's not an easy job, and you try. And I'm gonna say that you do the best as you can. And you know what? You deserve all the credit that you get. You know, you deserve everything, because nigga, you deserve the world. Damn near. You know? Because I know how it's hard for a black man and black woman to do it, but doing it as a white man raising black children, it's hard. I get it, Randall. And at the end of the day, you do a grade A top notch job. So shout out to you, Randall. And and what I did, I want to give you my flowers. I have been doing this for almost 3 years, and you have always supported me. You have always do. What's going on, Ewo? Shout out to you. You have always, You, Randall, you have done, you have done more than a lot of people. You have contributed more than a lot of people, and you deserve your flowers, Randall. If anybody doesn't do it, the Bronze Reaper podcast has. I do want. I have to give you it, Randall. I have to give it to you. So, shout out to you, Randall. I appreciate everything, and hey, more the merrier for you. Thank you again. E Will, what's going on, fam? Shout out to you. Everything is fine, and happy Friday. You know, glad to see you. Definitely, you know, I want to say this. I want to say this, everybody. The third anniversary of the Bronze Reaper podcast is coming up, so definitely we'll stick tuned to it. And Monday, I'm telling everybody, Monday we are trademarking the Bronze Reaper media, or Bronze Reaper just period. So definitely, yeah, everybody, we're getting into the business. You know, and like I said, thank all y'all, Rando, E Will, Bebe, Dorsey, St. Michael's, Kwame, fucking Shabaka, McFly, Killmonger, uh, who's it? EJ. Oh, Jesus Christ. All of y'all will be trademarking Bronze Media. I might do it tomorrow. We're trademarking it. And I want to thank all y'all for actually making the show that is supposed to be. Like I'm telling you, thank you for all the memories. My birthday, my first birthday with y'all, my the biggest podcast that I do have, my crash outs, the great debates, the good times, the bad times, the me when I flipped out. It's I thank all of y'all, and I'm not being sentimental. I just want to thank all of y'all. Charlie Shaw, Lala, who else? Miss Ramirez. Shout out to Miss Ramirez. Just the whole team, man. Like thank y'all, man. I'm very happy of where I'm in peace with myself. I am building a company. I will say that the Bronze Reaper is family, but it's also I do want to say we're a tribe. We're damn near a fucking tribe. So if that makes us tribalistic, so be it. I'm just happy I met all of y'all. Who? Oh, Robin! Shout out to Robin. Robin's on kick. But like I said, shout out to all of y'all, man. St. Michael's. Shout out to St. Michael's. I'm not gonna forget about you, St. Michael's. Even though you give me a hard time on white and black relations, shout out to you. Like I said, I'm not a hater. It's just these are conversations that we have. You know, I always tell people all the time, don't take it personal. Just follow the laws of the land. If you know we can't say certain things, then we're not gonna say it. So shout out to everybody. E Well, yo, you held me down. Like I'm gonna say this, E Well, you was the first one to ever give me a donation. Thank you. I do appreciate it. You're the one who gave me hope and saying like, "Yo, this shit might actually really work." E Will gave me a donation. I'm like, "Yo, what the fuck?" Yeah, like E Will. I'm gonna say this: you gave the engine of the Bronze Reaper media. You know, because when I wasn't giving donation for like damn near almost a year, you was the first one to give me a donation and told me to keep up the good work. So shout out to you, and shout out to Big Bro. Give me a second. I have to give him a shout out. Oh man, hold on. Give me a second, everybody. Yeah, niggas be giving shout outs. Hold on. And baby, Auntie, thank you. You always support. So definitely, I'm never gonna forget about you. Yo, you held me down. So definitely. Shout out to Convo too. Shout out to Convo. Shout out to Ray Ray. They always held me down. Shout out to Spencer. Shout out to Spencer. Give me a second. Shout out Back in Action. Hold on. Shout out to John Mill. Shout out to EC. OG Croxton. Shout out to OG Croxton. Shout out to Pinky Wells. So like yo, y'all held me down. I can't act like yo. Y'all the ones who got me lit out here. So Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate everything. I just had to. I don't know what made me want to say it, but I had to say it at this time. You know. So thank you again. Give me a second. Let's finish the video.
Stolen via the labor that was forced from our people and a whole host of other things, right? We are the foundation of America because we have built the foundation, built off of our backs, and they are still benefiting from that wealth, which is why the wealth gap is the way it is because they got money from stolen labor and some other things from our people. Our people did not, right? Which is why there is an argument, and should even be no argument, right? For reparations, because it is going to take that money that's off into the trillions, right? Some say 20 some trillion dollars. It is going to take that money to close the wealth gap. It is said that it will take over 230 years to close the wealth gap between black Americans and white Americans. It's not because we're lazy or we don't want to work. Hell, we work for free. It's because the money and the labor and a whole host of other things were stolen from us. Even when we built our black towns, that was stolen from us. There was a lot of real estate and businesses and a whole host of other things that were just stolen, ruined, burnt down, and never given back to us. In fact, the same people who did what they did to our ancestors on the plantation, they were able to go in and go pick over the land and take it for what they want. And in some places like Tulsa, there's a plaque. There's a plaque saying, oh, our Black Wall Street was here, blah, blah, blah. But those black folks that were robbed of that stuff, they never got that back. I think there's one survivor left from the Tulsa massacre. And they keep getting told, no, you can't get reparations. That wasn't slavery. That was in the 1920s. No. You can't get reparations. In fact, the anniversary, one of them, right, of what happened to them in Tulsa, Oklahoma is coming up. And to this day, they're still being told no. Or, every once in a while they can get a study, but no. They can't even get what was taken from them, which is absolutely crazy. So I agree with Mr. McGinnis. But the other thing, too, is these white people, they know what's going on. They've heard of The Fall of America by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad that was written in the 1970s that basically said, hey, because America refuses to atone for the original sin of America, which is slavery, right? Yeah, you got to get that back through the calamities, which is why it's always said, hey, watch the weather, right? The Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan has been telling us, hey, watch the weather. And we have seen some funky and strange things happening all over the United States. Like, wow, it don't snow here regularly, or the winds or the earthquakes or the this or the that. What's going on?
Yo, that's mad true because you know what? In Massachusetts, they was sleeting in like 90-degree weather. Like in the summertime, it was like 95 degrees. It started hailing. It was hailing. All that hail hit my window. Yo, it cracked my fucking Beamer. I was driving a Beamer at the time. And it cracked my window. And I had my daughter in the car at the time. So yeah. It was nuts. I went to go pick up my kids from Wilmington with my mama when me and my mama was at good when we had good vibes with my mother. But right now, yeah, me and my mother, it's gonna take time. I would say that with my mama, it will take time. Um, my mother ain't worrying about me right now though. She living her best life. And like I said, I wish my mother the best, but I'm on my own shit right now. But yeah, let's finish what she was saying.
You know what's going on? God is like, I'm tired of y'all. You know who this y'all is? I'm tired of y'all. And y'all time is up anyway. Because if you believe the Bible, right? Because a lot of these people say, I don't want them to have reparations. They call themselves big time Christians. Well, if you're a Christian, don't you read the Bible? I would think so, but apparently not. But in the Bible, it says you got to get back rather what you give. You don't get to harm people and not get that back, especially if you do not atone for it. And I'm not talking about that little, oh, we're sorry for slavery. We don't want that. We can't do that's not going to close the wealth gap. Whether you are in California, right? Governor Gavin Newsom, he's a Democrat. They issue an apology, and some other places all over they've issued apologies, but that ain't gonna close the wealth gap. Money is gonna close the wealth gap. Land is gonna close the wealth gap, and y'all leaving us alone. That's what's gonna close the wealth gap. So yeah, we need more people like Brian McGinnis to get out there and educate their people and say, hey, for one thing, leave black people alone and give them what was stolen from them plus interest. Okay? We want the interest. We want it all. Okay? So yeah, we need more of them like that. So big ups to him, and keep using your platform and everything else to keep talking about the atonement that never took place and the money that is owed to us to help close that wealth gap. Because again, that wealth gap ain't like that because whites are so much smarter and more talented. Nah, y'all know it's like that because we were robbed of the things that they took from us. So anyway, for more insightful commentary, please subscribe to this channel and my channel, The Demetra K Show, here on YouTube.
So I want to say this. She's right, but I want to say this. It was stolen. I'm not gonna lie, it was stolen. I do want to give pushback, but the pushback that I want to give y'all, is not the same pushback that y'all want to hear. The pushback that I want to give is that a lot of white supremacists have to have an extra step to get ahead. You know, it's no ifs and buts about it. If everybody's getting the same education, if everybody's learning the same way, Black Americans is always going to achieve. You know, there's people who never really went to school like that achieve more than everything else. But let's go on.
Of the denial of Ghana's request for reparations from the United Nations. Check it out.
In addition to its obvious legal problems, this resolution is also unclear as to
No,
who
we're
the
not gonna watch
recipients
this.
of
Fuck that. No, we're not gonna watch that. I don't want to watch anything with Ghana because it's not about Africa. It's about white America. Should they support reparations? So I'm gonna cancel that one. I did want let's go on.
Should have paid black people for reparations? Fucking yeah, absolutely I do. My ancestors undoubtedly took part in a very cruel and dehumanizing evil process by which we exploited the labor of black people in order to make us rich even centuries later. And the problem is that black people were supposed
So she's right, and I'm gonna say she's right, and she's misinformed it. So it kind of, what I'm gonna say is gonna kind of help her. Like she might not benefit, like she might not didn't get millions from it, but she benefited from it. What I mean is that she might have never got the millions of dollars that she got from chattel slavery, but she got the benefits of being white, from white supremacy. If that kind of makes sense. She is right about, like, yeah, white people did get trillions of dollars from slavery to build this country, but no, she tried to throw her family in there. I don't know if it's right or wrong, but we have to, tell the truth. If her family did or did not, they did not, they got the benefits of being white in America. That's the thing.
to get 40 acres and a mule, which, like, if you saw Kendra's performance, 40 acres and a mule, this is bigger than the music. Most black families got nothing because Andrew Johnson revoked the executive order because he's an actual bitch. Black families had no other.
And they used to call Andrew, they called Andrew Jackson the Indian killer. That's what they used to call Andrew Jackson.
option than to work in sharecropping, which their labor was still exploited, or they were arrested for literally no reason, no offense at all, and taken to prison where they were also exploited for their labor. So yes, black families should have been compensated, and the economy, the United States would be a very different country today if reparations had actually happened. Because imagine being enslaved for decades of your life, freed at 50 years old. What do you do?
Let me ask y'all a question. If we would have got reparations probably 50, 60 years ago, a lot of us would have different lives. And the reason why I said we would have different lives, because America would be. Let me ask you a question. Do you think America would be a little bit more stronger if they gave black Americans reparations? Because money is staying in America. You know, that's something to think about. America be stronger if the money stay in America. Just think about that. Most people like I hate dealing with losers, foreigners. I agree with you too, but purple, blue, black, black are free. If I'm saying it right, I apologize if I butcher your name, but let me ask you a question: if Black Americans would have got reparations in, let's say, the '60s or '50s, do you think Black Americans would be living differently? Do you think we would have got better education? Do you think America would be running differently? Like I always tell people all the time, and I said this before I started, black, blue, I mean purple, blue, black are free. Um, if if reparations was given, do you think America will be three times more powerful than it is? I don't, and I'm gonna say this because if you're American, you will agree with reparation because the money's gonna stay in America. It's not going anywhere. It's not going to Africa. It's not going to Australia. Maybe in the '70s and the '60s because the CIA infiltrated Pan Africanism. A lot of these revolts wouldn't be happening. Martin Luther King will be alive. Malcolm X will be still alive. You know, this country will be three times stronger because at the end, I'm not thinking about black and white. We're thinking about ethically America. Ethically, America would be much more stronger. You know, because like I said, the money, the policies will be protecting the people that build America. Because don't forget white America tried to build America by themselves and they couldn't do it. They were on a borderline of they were starvation. I'm sorry. They were on a borderline of starvation where they were almost eating each other. Until this day, into the 1970s, they didn't stop eating each other, stop eating black Americans until the 1970s. So the question I'm gonna ask you is if reparations would have happened here or even now, America would have been stronger. A lot of these white Americans would have had money. The relationships with Black America would probably be a little bit better than it was. A lot of Black Americans probably would have stayed away from white Americans until they got their shit together. But at the end of the day, what America's doing right now with bringing a lot of these people over here, a lot of that shit would have been stopped. You know, America would have been America. America would have been a three times, maybe even 10 times powerful country. You know, but it's just with with white America, they're not good with money. They're not good with bringing America together. They thought, and I'm gonna say this: they thought if they would have told Black Americans we are all American, we should be defending America. Black Americans was gonna defend America. No, that shit stopped in probably the mid fucking 2000s. That shit stopped in the mid 2000s because they did it so many times where black Americans like, yo, fuck it. We're not American. We're not the American that they're gonna approve of. So you know what? Let them handle that shit themselves. This is why purple, blue, blackify a free. I'm sorry if I do butcher your name. That's why when if you look probably 2 years ago, when black Americans just pushed back and say, yo, let white people handle their own problems, they started killing each other. White America can't do anything without black Americans. They always need our inventions, they always need our ideas, they always need our critiques, you know, our fashion, our inspiration, our influence. They need all of that. This is why we're the most influential, the most inclusive, most resilient people on earth. Right now on earth. I don't know how it was in modern times, but this time right now, well, this is modern times. I'm sorry. In the ancient times, we don't know how they were, but in modern times, we're the most resilient and inclusive people ever. We're telling our stories now. We're telling our stories now, and what do they label us when they label you and me when we tell our stories? They label us xenophobics, divisive, separatist. Why you think they use those type of words? There's a reason. Now the question is, should white Americans support reparations? And I always say yes. If you're an American and you love America, you will support black reparations because black Americans build everything. And not for themselves, for America. That's the thing, for America, for the economy, for the government, for how America is worked. Ain't nobody can't do what we can do. People had chances to do what we can do, but it just doesn't work. So now the question I'm asking you now, since you heard what I said, purple, blue, blackify. If I'm saying it right, I hope I'm saying it right. Jesus Christ. Um, can black Amer should white America support black reparations?
You have no dollars to your name, no possessions. And that is why there's such an unequal distribution of wealth today, because it was intentionally withheld from black and brown people. So even today, I am pro reparations. I think the American government should be paying people out. Sorry.
Should black people get reparations?
I believe they should.
So I, white man, have to play for black people. Why?
Wow, that's a really selfish thing you just said.
Hold on. Why should I have...
That's a really non-empathetic thing to
Wait,
say.
why should I have empathy for a race? I have white guilt because I breathe? Why should the white students here have to work harder to pay for black kids?
You wanted to ask
What is that?
And again, this is where this is the thing where I had it with Charlie Kirk. I'm gonna be personally honest. To this day, I don't give a fuck if he's dead. I don't like Charlie Kirk because he gaslight black Americans to feel like, oh yeah, we shouldn't have what we deserve. Like, my nigga, your own people killed you. This is what happens when white Americans deal with other white Americans. Y'all don't get along. At least, let me tell you something. And I'm going to say this. Black Americans are also known as foundational black Americans. We don't have a problem with the black diaspora. We're just not going to help you with your bullshit. That's your job. Why the fuck do I have to big brother you when you got 2.8 billion people in fucking Africa? You have another million. You have another few millions in the Caribbean countries. Why the fuck do I have to help you when I'm going through my own bullshit? Because let alone, Let's be honest. When Black Americans go through shit, you calling us lazy and victims and victim. Like what nigga? This is why we're in the situation that we're in right now. First of all, Africans or the black diaspora don't want to be accountable of all the bullshit they have been doing since the 60s and 70s, 60s and 70s up to now. They don't want to be accountable of that. And they want black Americans to fix what that's going on with the ICE. No, nigga, that's your job. And this is why I told people 2 years ago, 3 years ago, they're gonna fuck up and gonna be in a situation where black Americans is gonna say, yo, you gotta handle that shit yourself. We can't big brother you forever. It's so bad that the Democrats are sending celebrities to these black areas and saying that, yo, help us. We need to do this unity. We exposed the black and brown unity. That was only a that shit wasn't a collective thing. That was an individual thing. It has always been an individual thing. But the thing about this poor blue blackify, black Americans really haven't never been poor like that. That's the thing. Niggas always talk about, oh yeah, black Americans were poor, but no, nigga, we wasn't poor. We wasn't on welfare like that. Niggas wasn't even trying to give us welfare like that. I told y'all the story, nigga. I tried to get welfare, nigga. They niggas gave me $60. You know what I did? I threw that fucking card away and started selling weed, nigga. The fuck? I started selling weed. It's like, yo, eat, yo, the government could eat a dick, nigga. I'm not. What am I gonna do with fucking $50, $60? These niggas is smoking crack or something. The fuck? I threw that shit away. And I say, yo, let me buy a fucking ounce let me buy an ounce, nigga. I'm gonna turn this ounce into a 2 ounces into a pound, nigga. Fuck that. You think I was gonna sit there and wait for a nigga to give me $60 every month, nigga? Niggas can eat a dick. I told my no, I didn't even throw it away. I gave it to my mama. It's like, nigga, you do whatever you want with it. Fuck this shit. These niggas insulted me with $60. The fuck? Niggas was crazy. Niggas was crazy when they did that shit. But, like I said, we can do so much for Africans in the black diaspora and like even the Latin community. They gotta do their shit themselves. Like I told people all the time, there was no such thing as no black and brown unity. Individually, yeah, there was Latinos that fuck with black Americans, but collectively never. It has never. Collectively never. Individually, yes. They rocked with us. They fucked with our music and I'm gonna be honest, they even contribute to hip hop. But they didn't create anything, they didn't invent anything. No. Niggas ain't out here salsa and stuff. Only time a nigga want a salsa if they see a big booty ass fucking Latina. And niggas learn real fast. Like, yo, niggas is going on YouTube. I am not, nigga. It is what it is. Niggas is just niggas. Only time a nigga trying to salsa if niggas trying to dick down a Latina. Like, let's personally be honest. But they try to make us poor forever. Um, purple, blue, black. If black or free. I'm gonna say this: they can't make us poor, and the reason why, um, 1 out of 20 people are multimillionaires. 32% of other black people are middle class. 30% of then the other 30% is middle class. Are there some just raggedy black people, raggedy niggas? Yes. There are some raggedy black people, you know. But what the media and what other people do is that they show the low class of the lower. They show the lowest of black people. You know, like I was explaining, I forgot who I was explaining to. I said, yo, black Americans have a black community in Massachusetts. It's called Oak Bluff, also known as Inkwell. If you ever watched the movie Inkwell, that was on black Americans who moved to Cape Cod, Massachusetts. And till this day, that's still a historical black community. Yes. So like this is the thing. This is one thing that I also always try to do. When people always say some crazy shit about black Americans, you always try to debunk it or you try to figure out what's going on. That shit can be debunked. Black Americans have community, and and Boston is Massachusetts is one of the most, if not the systematic racist state in the U.S. The racist one, if not one of the racist states in Massachusetts, in the states of of the U.S. But in Massachusetts, yeah, Massachusetts is a systematic racist state. I'm not gonna lie about that. It is. Again, I'm not gonna. Hold on, give me a second. Okay, I do got my first right here. But yeah, it's. I won't lie about that. Yes, but we have black communities in Massachusetts. You know, and I think we have black communities everywhere. Where you're from, purple, blue, blackify. Yes, there are black communities. You know, so at the end of the day, this this is your time. This is your time to be great. So definitely believe you have to. I can't believe in you. You gotta believe in yourself. I believe this is the time for you to be great. Purple, blue, blackified. So definitely take advantage of it. Everything that is going on right now, take advantage of it because you know what? The government is in shambles. White America is in shambles. They running up in fucking barbershops talking about debaters. Nigga, are you serious? Y'all niggas is out here getting popped. You talk about debate black Americans. Tell them niggas eat a dick. Be great. Don't let these niggas the fuck up. Don't let these niggas fuck up how great you are. Purple, blue, blackify. And I'm gonna be honest about it. Charlie Kirk, he's a gaslighter. He always has been a gaslighter. You're mad at what America's history is. Now he don't want to take accountability. Okay, you don't gotta take accountability. But we're not asking for your money. We're asking for the government to pay what they owe because the government took black American money.
That all about?
Not every black person has lineage connected to slaves.
That's
and
true.
Every white person doesn't have lineage connected to slaves.
Yes, that's right. So since every black person doesn't have a lineage connected to slaves, why should we generalize and say reparations for black people?
Because there are people that are in a worse place.
So over 150 years, they didn't have any ability to make better decisions, to save money, and to invest. How about you take responsibility for your own actions instead of blaming the white man?
The only reason anybody would be against reparations is if they don't feel that this country has anything to repair in how it has treated and continues to treat black folks.
I don't think reparations for something that happened 150 years ago for whom none of us currently living are responsible is a good idea.
First off, Mitch, you were alive 100 years ago. Look at you. Second, reparations are not just about slavery. They're about repairing the incessant harm that has been done to black people in this country since we were stolen and brought here, and that does not end with slavery. These people act like Jim Crow was just like a minor inconvenience. It was violence! And I don't know if y'all been looking around lately, but basically reparations should be owed for what was done like 15 minutes ago in this country.
We've, tried to deal with our original sin of slavery by fighting a civil war.
If the Civil War was really about righting the wrongs of slavery, then we wouldn't have all these Confederate flags and Confederate statues still just confederating around to this day. To this day!
By passing landmark civil rights legislation.
These people wake up every morning to undo civil rights legislation.
We've elected an African-American president.
Now you know you ain't vote for Barack. We need to become reparationists. We need to make preparations for reparations. And I say that comes with us first making reparations a part of our culture. This should be a part of our lifestyle. And we should be demanding that reparations be given to us by whoever is in the presidency and by whoever wants to be president. And also by our local and state governments. And I don't think that means just waiting to the last minute of an election and saying that we're not going to vote for you unless you give us reparations. Nah. We should be getting behind candidates who already believe in this. And all you white folks who want to be down, baby, you better be reparationists too. That's the new question for your white friends. Do you believe black people should get reparations? See, reparations are not a capital gain. They're an ethical practice. Because in a society where advancement is determined by money, the only way to correct the
I'm going to say this, everybody. You see how I love Amanda Seales. Amanda Seales, I love you, but sugar, you cannot keep on code switching like this. Like, I know your mama is grenading, but at the end of the day, this ain't about your mama. It's about you staying on code with black Americans. If you can't stay on codes with black Americans, you might as well just say you're grenading. And your daddy's black American, and you follow your mama's culture. That's it. And at the end of the day, I'm not kicking her back in. Like I said, I love me some Amanda Seales. But Amanda said, you can't keep doing this, mama. Like, you really can't. I keep, and I'm going to say this. I defend you every time. Every fucking time. Because at the end of the day, I'm going to say this. I feel like you're misunderstood. But now, now I'm feeling like you're very misunderstood. You're very misunderstood on how black America works. So I need, this is just me, everybody. Amanda, you got to figure out what you want to do, what you want to be known for, what you want to stand for, because your life is too short for you trying to play both sides. And like I said, I get it. My children are fucking half Cambodian. Like, come on. But them niggas know, like, nigga, my daughter asked for a Cambodian. Nigga, what you need a Cambodian flag for? You're black American. You're black. What the fuck? Fuck you need to know about Cambodia. You came out of my nutsack. No, so you're from probably the greatest race in modern day history. You care about another culture, So shout out to Cambodia, but black Americans getting busy out here. We getting money out here. We're influential, we're inspirational. Are there some Asian culture? Yes, nigga, Wu-Tang. Wu-Tang is super dope. That's Asian culture. Well, it's influential, it's influential and inspirational to hip hop. And it was Wu-Tang. And I love the Shaw brothers. If people don't know who the Shaw brother is, the Shaw brothers used to make these dope ass Chinese movies, such as one of my favorite movies, The Five Deadly Venoms. The White Lotus Clan, the Cripple Masters. My favorite Donnie Yen movie, The Drunken Tai Chi Master. So it's like I said, there's no shade against Asian culture. Asian culture influenced Black American culture to a certain extent. Yes, it did influence. Asian culture has influenced Black American cultures, like the Wu-Tang era. You know, doing all those doing all those martial art movies and stuff like that, nigga. The flight was it the flight was it fuck. With my boy, not Raekwon. Was it Raekwon? The House of the Flying Daggers. That's one of my favorite movies. The Liquid Sword. Like, nigga, are you serious? So there is Asian culture in hip hop, but it was like in the like early or mid '90s. You know, Asian people contribute to hip hop. Like, I'm not gonna say that they did it. You know, certain parts of hip hop. You know, so I'm not gonna sit here and act like Asian people didn't contribute to certain parts of hip hop. You know, so yeah. Wu Tang was out here getting busy off of niggas was running around here with fucking big ass swords. Like, come on. Niggas was getting high on sherm sticks and shit and just started waving around fucking martial arts swords and weapons and shit. Like, I'm not and I'm gonna say this, one of my favorite movies is The Avenging Ego. That's my if not that's my favorite movie other than nigga. The reason why, and I always tell people all the time, the reason why The Drunken Tai Chi Master was my favorite movie because my uncle Steven loved kung fu movies. He always got me into kung fu movies. My uncle Steven had a stroke, you know, so um like it hits me. Don't get me wrong, it hits me because I was in college at the time, just getting busy and stuff, trying to figure shit out in life and stuff. Like, yo, y'all gotta understand. Like, I would had a warrant out, living in a trap house until fucking Tuesday because Monday was a holiday, and I was watching kung fu movies and wrestling. You know, and my uncle moved back from Pittsburgh. You know, so yeah, it's like you know me, I get over shit, but yeah, FBA's races are in the way. But I do believe reparations will come, just that these anti-FBA. Yeah, I'm gonna say this. Purple, blue, blackify. I'm sorry, just to answer your question right now. I do agree with that, but at the end of the day, they're not gonna stop because they're envious of Black Americans. Like I said, your resilience is very important to our culture. Resilience and inclusiveness. Inclusiveness. A lot of you gotta understand, purple, blue, blackify. A lot of these people have never felt like connected until they adopted or connected with Black culture. Because we're very inclusive people. We're very giving people. Like, if you come from a different country, we might joke around and stuff, but at the end of the day, we're not gonna leave you to dry to defend for yourself. Black Americans have never been like that. We have never been like, if it was like that, Stephanie St. Clair would be basically defended for herself. And shout out to Stephanie St. Clair. She was a gangster in New York, Harlem, New York. She was the one that was actually helping us too. And this is the individualists that I have been talking about. These individual people that was helping Black Americans that do have Caribbean or African background. Stephanie St. Clair was one of them. You know, so yes, there were individual immigrants that were helping Black Americans, but collectively, no.
Systematic hindrance of that advancement is by providing money. Reparations are not some far-reaching thing that have never been figured out before. We need to stop looking at reparations as something we need to imagine. Consider them as something that is very real that needs to happen. What we need to imagine is what we are going to do with the reparations to make sure that our community and ourselves are taken care of. We need to become reparationists.
I'm gonna say this. Amanda Seals. I think you need to come down to the Black America, if not FBA community. I think you need to talk to people like Tariq Nasheed, Elite, FBA. Was it Elite, Alpha, Daniel? Yo, you gotta talk to these people, Amanda Seals. Cause at the end of the day, and I want to be personally honest with you, Amanda. Say I fucks with you. I'm probably one of the FBAs that will hold you down. But I want to say this, Amanda Sales, or Amanda, you need to come down to this community of foundational Black American and understand what we really are doing. You know, put it this way: this is what I feel. And I can be wrong. And this is why I don't like when I say like this is how I feel, because I have to say I might be wrong. Amanda, you have to come down to the FBA community and talk to us. Talk to the scholars, not leaders. We don't have leaders. We have scholars. We have elders. But these are scholars. Talk to the scholars and actually figure out what's going on. How niggas is moving. Then after that, you could get your feedback. You could like it or dislike it. Never feel like you're an outcast of the Black American community. Because FBA just means Black American community, but all our admixtures and our culture and our lineages are all put together. Never feel that like that, Amanda. And I'm Amanda. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna research and I'm gonna find how I can contact you just talk to you. You know, so definitely I will be doing that soon. So definitely wait for my call, or my email. So shout out to you, Sugar. I'm not gonna leave. I'm not gonna do what niggas have been doing to you lately. And the reason why, because I think you will be important to what's going on. And at the end of the day, you will be, like I said, you will be carrying your father's legacy because your father is an FBA. You know, I have heard you said that millions of times, but at the end of the day, I want you to I want you to do what you I want you to do what is right. I do believe reparation will come, just that these yeah. I'm sorry, I think I already read that, but yeah. I think it's gonna happen too. But let's go on.
We pay reparations. What do you mean you want reparations? Our taxpayer dollars, which are mostly white people paying that, goes to, what is it? Affordable housing, government programs, EBT, scholarships, DEI. You got
White people mostly get that. This is why I said I don't think white America knows what the fuck is going on. You know, this is what happened, and I'm gonna say this. This is what happened when Black Americans take a step back and let white people handle what they need to handle. This is why I say they can't even build a fucking country. The Moors built Europe. The Moors built damn near half of Asia. Like, what is we talking about? And then I hold on. Then when the Europeans got Europe, they fucking destroyed it and damn near genocide their own self. Like, come on, let's keep on going.
guys getting jobs. Holy shit. Let's take all that, factor in the theft, factor in the crime, factor it in the murders, and then we'll talk about reparations on this show. How about that? You probably won't like that, will you? Because you're not going to like the numbers. But we are all, frankly, exhausted.
What is incredible about this is that reparation would, at the low end, would cost us billions. At the middle, would cost us trillions.
Yeah, it will cost you trillions, but at the end of the day, yeah, this is the thing. Y'all Europeans had a chance to build a fucking $1 trillion empire, like super trillion, to build an empire, but y'all fucked up the money. Y'all fucked up the money. So you blaming black Americans that y'all blaming black Americans that white Americans fucked the money up? Like yo, let's personally be honest. Y'all white Americans fucked the bag up. Y'all fucked the bag up. Y'all didn't know what to do with it. Yeah. What the fuck? Why are you mad at black Americans because you failed to build America? You needed a black face to build America. Black Americans didn't need you. You needed black Americans. Y'all would have been eating each other if it wasn't for black Americans. Like, come on. Like, this is why if you ever ask a black Americans if they can be anybody in the world, who would they be? They was like, yeah, I don't want to be anybody in the world. I want to be black American. I'm glad I'm black. After all the shit that I went through, or after all my ancestors been through, I'm super happy to be. You gotta understand, black Americans are so appreciative of being who they are. Why the fuck would we want to be anybody else? Why would we want to look like this fucking this dehydrated fucking raisin? Like this nigga is crazy.
And at the top end would cost us probably the entire economy's GDP. And yet we have the UK's representative not say, this is ridiculous, all bad things have happened in the past, we can't have actions every time something wrong has happened on our watch. Instead of that, they say, actually not a bad point. I tell you what we're going to do, we're going to abstain about.
I would say this, Rando. I'm gonna jump out the window and say this. I'll jump out the window and say this, Rando. If white people support reparations, America will be 3 times stronger. It'll be 10 times stronger. Let me not gas myself up. It'll be 10 times stronger. Like, come on. You know, like white America had a whole chance of like making America strong. Only thing America has done is made enemies. Like let's be honest. They have made enemies. America has done everything for white America and everybody who are in this country, and they still couldn't contain. They couldn't. America couldn't contain the greatness of America. They always fucked it up. Like, come on, y'all fucking up shit, and like, y'all have a chance to make America great. Like, white American and white supremacists is always talking about make America great again. Every time they get the chance, they fuck it up and be selfish. They care about their fucking self. They don't care about America. If they cared about America, they won't have this problem that they're having. They will make 3 times more money that they're having. Like, let me ask you a question. Actually, Randall, let me ask you a question. So the question I want to ask you, do you think you'll make more money having a boss of a black man or a white man? Knowing the white race, they will always try to undercut you. At least a black man will sacrifice their wages so they can pay you. It has always been like that. This is historically random. You know, white Americans will they'll figure out a way to stiff you to get more money or to keep their money the same. But with black Americans, they'll sacrifice their self just to keep the business alive to to pay you, because at the end of the day they understand that the business is run through the people that they're paying. So the question is, who would you want to choose?
On this. How on earth could our country abstain with something which could literally wipe our economy out? Why haven't we got a prime minister or a foreign secretary or a permanent secretary of the Foreign Office stand up and say, we are not abstaining on this issue? It is
No, we're talking about the average black business owner. And what I mean is they will sacrifice their self and their payment to pay their owners, to pay their workers, because they know that their workers are more, they know that their workers are important. And all you have to do is pay them and they'll do the job. Like, for example, Rando. If I know if I'm going through hard times right now, I would sacrifice my salary so I can pay you to do the job that you do. You and the other people's job to do what they're supposed to do, to get the job done. Because this is what we're supposed to do. But you know what most white supremacists do? They will cross train where they say, okay, you know what? You're not doing one job. You're supposed to do this job and do this job. It's called cross training. Who you think thought of that? You know, a black American will sacrifice their salary just to pay you. It has always been like that, and it's more of a empathy thing. Like, okay, you know what? They're going through some tough thing. I can still survive, but at the end of the day, they got kids and shit. I can't fuck up what's going on and stuff. You know, so that's how they think. And this is not everybody. Randall, I'll say this: this isn't every Black American. So you should observe what's going on in your. Because at the end of the day, you are right. There are some Black Americans that want to be white. They'll sell out their own people to be white. So, Randall, you are right. But collectively, they'll be like, "Nah, hold up. This man been working so hard on me. At the end of the day, I'll take the hit. But you know what? It's a part of the game, you know."
completely wrong. We are fighting for our people. We
hit within the debates from the clips that you've just seen, right? So from the first clip, this white woman, when she says that blacks are owed millions in reparations, she is not throwing out numbers just for fun, right? But she's touching the third rail of American politics. The reason
he's right, and shout out to this African dude right here. He's right. That white woman was she was on another page right now when it came to like reparations. Cause she understand like, yo, if I work for it and you don't pay me, nigga, you still gotta pay my family. That shit that debt doesn't go that debt. Let me ask you a question. Do y'all watch Chinaman drama or Chinese drama? I call it Chinaman drama. The reason why I asked you that, do y'all watch Chinese drama? Because if somebody goes to a loan shark, the debt goes to somebody else. It goes to another family member. It goes to the family, or it goes to the person who she's married to. He or she married to. Such as the debt in America. So say if I owe debt and I die, that shit's going to my kids. My kids is gonna have to pay for that shit. So so now we gotta think about reparations. It has to go to somebody. It has to. And I'm gonna say this. Thank God it's only 13%. That shit is 13%. I Nigga, I had to cuss out my son's teacher because they put a Dominican flag on my son. Like, come on. Like, and it's not that, oh yeah, Dominican. No, it's just because this is who my son is. I don't want my son to be misidentified. My son is black. He's a black American. Yeah, their mama's Cambodian, but they came out of my nutsack. The fuck? Niggas out here ain't shooting no Billy Blanks, nigga. Niggas is shooting out niggas is shooting out the real deal out here, nigga. My son is out here probably wilding the fuck out right now. You know, nigga got autism. That nigga's out here bugging the fuck out. Shout out to my son. My son out here doing his thing. You know, and like yo, I probably got ADHD and shit. If you notice, like yo, I'm doing so much stuff. I got the light over here. I got the big ass TV. I got a laptop screen right here. I got y'all looking right here. Yeah, niggas is out here living the life and stuff, you know. So shout out all the fathers who has their kids with the who has autism, who has ADHD. Nigga, let me tell you something. That shit was hard for me when I first heard that. I'm like, yo, what the fuck? Like, yo, how am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to act? Like, is my son gonna live normal? Like, yo, yo, nigga, I had to take I had a drink. I was like, yo, I didn't know how to do it, and because you gotta understand, I'm by myself. I don't have no mama. My daddy, I barely get in touch with my daddy. Only time my daddy wants to talk some bullshit. You know, I love my daddy. You know, I always have great conversations with my daddy, but I'm by myself. I'm doing everything myself. Sometimes I want to cry and I can't cry because at the end of the day, I just have to do what I have to do. My son needs something. Okay, cool. Okay, let me just get the shit and call it the day. Let me rearrange my bills. You know, and that's just how I look at it. Let me rearrange my bills, nigga. Nigga, my monthly planner's right here. I always have to rearrange something. You know, so it's like I'm personally not doing it by myself, but niggas got to get busy out here, man. You know, my son will be fine and shit like that. Um, I have an idea what I'm gonna do once niggas get money out here, but depend on the black man. Somebody. Well, yeah, you're right. I read it. Yeah, the thing, let me tell you something. I had a black boss out here. I think I had one of the dopest black bosses out here. His name was Kenneth Peoples. That was his name, Kenneth Peoples. This nigga was super, yo. When I say he was a boss, like yo, I felt like I was dealing with like a real black American politician that stand down, like that was 10 toes down for a black American. You know, like yo, I personally didn't want to leave my job. I used to work at Boston Medical or the BU building. I didn't want to leave because yo, my boss, Kenneth Peoples, like yo, he held me down and I didn't give him a hard time, but at the end of the day, I felt like yo, he would hold me down. But He fucked around and did something that he wasn't supposed to. And I'm not gonna say it because it's not my place, but he fucked up. And that's just out of respect for him. He fucked up, you know. I don't know if he did it or not. Cause I'm just because if the case is still open or if they don't really know, then I'm gonna like at least give him a fucking chance. You know, and this is and I don't know. I don't know. I left. But I see the shorty that he was with, the shorty was lingering on him. KP wasn't lingering on the girl. And she was a cute little light skinned girl, but Ken, KP was he got his I'm gonna say this. KP could have had any girl that he wanted. He was an older nigga, but the nigga could have did his thing. You know, it's just you gotta be careful. This is why I always tell people all the time, and I told my daddy the same thing. I was like, "Yo, my nigga, are you sure what you know what you was doing? There's a such thing as grade A side chicks. Then you messing with D minus side chicks. The D minus side chicks is like Erica Mena. Erica Mena wants a fucking relationship, but she wants to be a side chick too. But you can't fuck up other people's relationship because you want to be in a relationship with a nigga, and you know the nigga is in a whole different relationship with somebody else. That's why I just to me I will always to this day I will dislike Erica Mena. I personally think Erica Mena is racist. I think she don't like black Americans. I think she used black Americans as a transactional I'm talking about the black diaspora. I think she used the black diaspora as a transactional purpose. And I get when these people, I'm Afro Latina and all this. No, you're not, bitch. You are conquistador as butter. Like, let's not do that. You know. But let's get back into this video.
Why we are seeing this white rage, I'll say it is not just about money, but a narrative. It's about the people, the whites being told that the success they have, it isn't 100% theirs, and that their country has an unpaid tab that has been gathering interest for nearly 400 years. This is the Nick Report, and I'm your host Nick. Today we're discussing why the whites become angry and sentimental on matters concerning reparations for black Americans. If you're new to this channel, consider subscribe, like, share, and comment. So I've prepared for us two more clips that I want us to watch before we come back with a critical analysis. Let's dive right into this video.
It sounds like you're saying that white people feel superior.
I don't believe that anybody feels that way, sir. I was just reflecting on my own experiences.
Do you think that white people should pay reparations?
I have never said that, sir.
Yes, you did. You said it in January of 2020. You tweeted, yes, the North, yes, all of us, yes, America, yes, our original collective sin and unpaid debt, yes, reparations, yes, on this day.
I don't believe that was a reference to fiscal reparations, sir.
What kind of reparations was it a reference to?
I think it was just a reference to the idea that we all owe much to the people who came before us.
That's a bizarre way to frame what you tweeted.
This is why I always give me a second, everybody. All right. This is why I always say that these new politicians is weird. That nigga, that he looked like he never smelled a bitch's pantyhose a day in his life. I have a issue with niggas like him. They try to. This is why I asked Kobe Thanos, and he ran off on me. What's the difference between smart and intelligence? What this guy right now is Gil, whatever his name is, Gil, is very smart. intelligent, intellectual, that's out of his pay grade. It has always been out of his pay grade because at the end of the day, he's not a deep thinker. He's a fast thinker, but he's not a deep thinker. So let's let him talk.
Okay. How much reparations have you personally paid?
Sir, I don't believe that I've ever paid reparations.
Okay, just for everybody else.
I'm not asking anyone
Seems
to pay
to be what you're
reparations, sir.
suggesting. Do you believe that looting is morally wrong?
I believe that looting is illegal, and I refer to it as counterproductive. I think it should be prosecuted.
Do you believe it's morally wrong, though?
Of course.
Of course. Then why did you refer to it as counterproductive? It's a very different way to describe it.
It is both morally wrong and counterproductive.
See what I said? There's a difference between smart and intelligent. This guy isn't. He's smart because he can think fast. He thinks fast. Listen, this nigga's asking her about fucking. He started talking about reparations. Then he started talking about fucking looting. How big of a piece of shit that you gotta be to do some shit like that? And I'm talking about you, whatever Gil, whatever your fucking name is. You pussyless bitch ass nigga. I'm gonna call you that. I wish you would say some shit to me. I'll slap the piss out of you, nigga. Come on.
As well as being.
I 100% agree that the United States owes the black community reparations, and this is why. It's not about white people owing black people. It's not about white people being punished for the sins of our ancestors. In fact, it's quite the opposite. It's about white people standing in solidarity with a community that has suffered grave, egregious injustices at the hands of the United States government. But first, we must decenter ourselves in this conversation, alienate ourselves from our privilege, and hold the United States institutions and systems accountable for the wrongs that they never rectified. From slavery to black codes, to convict leasing, to Jim Crow segregation, to anti-black housing policies, to mass incarceration, we have never rectified our wrongs as a country. If you look at our criminal justice system, 1 in 3 black males carry convicted felon label. That is a real stat. Is it because they're inherently evil, or they just need more personal accountability, or is there something larger at play? All the data shows, by every statistical measure, the black community has been disproportionately impacted by every institution or system in the United States, from education to healthcare to criminal justice system to banking to housing, which we still have de jure segregation in effect today. And when it comes to housing, neither parties are absolved from this because both parties were responsible for the de jure segregation that we see today. The New Deal by Franklin Roosevelt didn't invent the segregationist practice of housing, but it did institutionalize it. Restricting access to capital for black families while enriching white families, the big reason why we see the generational wealth gap we see today. And remember, public housing wasn't initially for poor people, it was for working class white families. But because of laws and policies implemented by the United States government, it reinforced segregation because public housing was to reflect the racial composition of the existing neighborhood. And we had redlining and gentrification of neighborhoods, the residual effects of all these policies that we still see today. Reparations is about rebuilding and investing in the black community. Our government was held accountable to some extent for the grave injustices that we committed, the atrocities that we committed against Native Americans. We were also held accountable for the Japanese internment camps. But the United States government never...
You forgot also to the reclassifications for black Americans, also that was known as natives.
Never made good on its 40 acres and a mule to the black community. Everybody else got paid. The United States was held accountable for these injustices. I'm a convicted felon. I had to pay a debt to society, to the United States government, to the state of Florida for the crimes that I committed. I was held accountable. To this day, my past is still being used against me. In fact, if I were to go before a judge today, the first thing he would do is bring up my past and say it's probably a pretty good indicator of what my future will be. But we don't keep that same energy for our government. We don't hold them to the same level of accountability and to the same level of scrutiny. So if you're thinking to yourself, I don't know anybody, you're absolutely right. But our government does. And as citizens of the United States who uphold the Constitution, it is our duty, it is our responsibility to hold our government accountable. As taxpayers, as citizens of the United States, we all pay, not just white people. Anytime there's an injustice in the United States by a government agency, whether it's the police department, sheriff's department, any government agency, the taxpayers are always the ones that foot the bill. Why? Because in America, we believe in justice, or at least we say we do. No matter what side of the aisle you're on, I'm sure we can all agree that, or at least we say we do. No matter what side of the aisle you're on, I'm sure we can all agree that our government is corrupt. Stop allowing them to make us turn on each other. What better way to stand in solidarity with our brothers and sisters than to advocate to make right what has been wrong and never been rectified? People ask me all the time, what are my solutions to the problems that I speak on? Well, I can assure you that this would be a step in the right direction. This is the pathway forward. Reparations in America today.
Yo, he got most of it right. I would say, white homie got most of the shit right. So I will say that. I can't be mad about it. But I always got to say but. He did miss some stuff, but he got most of it right. So I fucks with it.
White people in the United States balk at the idea of paying reparations to black Americans. Reparations are a form of compensation or restitution made to those who have suffered injustice, particularly those in cases of racial inequality, discrimination, and slavery. The idea of paying reparations to black Americans is not a new one. It has been a topic of discussion for decades, if not centuries. However, it has gained renewed attention and support in recent years, following the resurgence of the Black Lives Matter movement and the growing recognition of systemic racism in American society. As a Christian, I believe that reparations are not only a matter of justice and equity, but also a reflection of God's character and values. In the Bible, we see numerous examples of God's concern for the oppressed, the marginalized, and the downtrodden. From the Israelites' liberation from slavery in Egypt to the ministry of Jesus among the poor and the outcast, we see a consistent theme of God's love for those who are on the margins of society. One of the key biblical principles that underlie the idea of reparations is the concept of restitution. In the book of Leviticus, we see God commanding the Israelites to make restitution to those whom they have wronged. Leviticus 6:1-5 says, "If anyone sins and commits a breach of faith against the Lord by deceiving his neighbor in a matter of deposit or security or through robbery, or if he has oppressed his neighbor or has found something lost and lied about it, swearing falsely in any of all the things that people do and sin thereby, if he has sinned and has realized his guilt and will restore what he took by robbery when he got it by oppression or deposit that was committed to him or the lost thing that he found or anything about which he has sworn falsely, he shall restore in full and shall add a fifth to it and give it to him to whom it belongs on the day that he realizes his guilt." This passage emphasizes the importance of making restitution to those who have been wronged and not just restoring what was taken, but adding to it as a form of compensation. This principle of restitution can be applied to the issue of reparations to black Americans who have suffered centuries of enslavement, discrimination, and systemic oppression. Another biblical principle that supports the idea of reparations is the concept of Jubilee. In Leviticus 25, God commands the Israelites to observe a Jubilee every 50th year, during which all debts are forgiven, all slaves to be set free, and all property to be returned to its original owners. This was a
Do I think white people should have paid black people for reparations? Fucking yeah, absolutely I do. My ancestors undoubtedly...
Slavery to... It's not about...
the issue of reparations.
And express yourself, share your thoughts and let's create an engaging community.
We're gonna get
Now,
out of
let's
that.
talk about systemic theft. If two people
So I'm gonna end it. I'm gonna say this. The reason why we watch these videos and stuff like that, and then it's not to make white people feel bad, but at the end of the day, we understanding where the government. And I'm not gonna say this, white American, you are a part of the government, but at the end of the day, this was a government thing. This was a government thing. This wasn't a collective of white people. It was more of a government thing. This is why we go against the government. This is why we fight the government. We don't fight white supremacy. Like, we fight y'all and beat the brakes off of y'all niggas, but it's more of a government thing. When I say the government is like, yo, the government is the one that allowed the slavery. That excuse me. The government is the one that allowed slavery to happen. Yes, we can blame the Pope and all this shit. Pope, what, the fifth or some shit like that? He was a pervert, anyways. Most of those popes were perverts, but yeah, um, we, yeah, we're on that type of time where he's like, yo, we holding people accountable. Like, I'm gonna say this to the white Americans. Why are y'all so upset about that? Because at the end of the day, we're not attacking you. We're attacking the government. Y'all was so against the government. It's always the government. It's the CIA and all this other bullshit. But when black Americans attack the government, y'all was so against it. That's my issue with y'all. It's only good when y'all niggas do it, but when black Americans is like, nah, these niggas owe us. These niggas owe us. Y'all against everything that we fucking do. This is why y'all in the situation that y'all niggas is in right now, because at the end of the day, as many times that we defend white America, 9/11, Pearl Harbor, the Gulf War, World War One, World War Two, Civil War, every time y'all still stay against us. This is why in 2026 y'all niggas is killing each other. Y'all were murking each other. And I'm talking on a higher level. On some, y'all murking each other on a higher level on some Chicago shit. Y'all niggas is a real fucking savages. Y'all niggas is savages out here. And I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna defend the black diaspora and the Latino community. How the fuck you blaming the Latino community? Y'all blaming the African community. Y'all blaming the Caribbean community on the bullshit you do, all the violence y'all do, and y'all the one committing most of the violence. Y'all niggas is out here cutting off niggas' heads. Like, the biggest shit that happens in Massachusetts, this crazy, batshit crazy white woman fucking decimated her fucking children. She had 3 of them. Then the craziest shit about it, she was in court talking about having more kids. How the fuck you talking about having more kids and you just off 3 of your kids. And you had 3 kids. And you wanted to have more kids. Bitch, you about to go to jail for life. Amy, what's her name? Karen Reed. This bitch don't get charged for murder, but she get charged for DUI for a whole year. This other bitch, the OF chick that killed, and the guy was even black. He was African, but he said crazy shit about black people. And he got murdered. He said he will die for a white woman, for his white woman. And you know what? The bitch stabbed him to death. This is why I said there's no black diaspora unity. The bitch stabbed the nigga for the death. The nigga talk about he will die for his white woman, and the bitch stabbed him to death. Then get 6 years plus 5 years probation, which the bitch completes the 6 years. The nigga named himself Toby. How the fuck an African named himself Toby? Oh my god. And it's crazy. His real name was Christian. You couldn't give yourself a blacker name than fucking Toby, nigga? We got black people out here. Nigga, and I'm gonna say this. This is the reaction when black Americans don't defend you. This nigga, this raggedy, funky ass white fucking Neanderthal bitch got only 6 years for killing her black boyfriend. Put it this way. My bitch ever try to my girl ever try to kill me, she going to hell with me. That bitch is going to hell with me. He didn't think about that. He was probably thinking, yo, why is she doing this? Nah, baby, you going to hell with me. We're gonna be swimming in the pool of hell, nigga. The fuck? This bitch stabbed this nigga like probably 10 times, probably, and this is allegedly. The nigga's dead. Then she told him she told law enforcement this nigga was beating the brakes off of her. And she had no mark on her. And they had videos of her beating the brakes off this little fucking African nigga. This mud hut nigga. Like, come on, are you serious? This nigga, this nigga could probably be eating right now hyena hush puppies. This nigga could have been eating cheetah. This nigga could have been eating fucking giraffe knuckles right now if he didn't fuck with that white woman. And I gotta be personally honest. The bitch got him killed because she killed him. And Karen Reed. This nigga probably could have been alive if he wasn't fucking with Karen Reed. And I'm not saying the death of white people is white women. I'm not saying that. I'm 100%. I'm not saying that. But in Massachusetts, these white women get busy out here. They get busy out here. These white women get busy out here. Karen Reed allegedly ran her boyfriend over with a fucking Lexus SUV, nigga. Are you serious? And you think these black Americans out here in America and Massachusetts is fucking with white women? Y'all niggas is crazy. I damn near think that's a foreign thing. I'm just being honest. It's probably a foreign thing. Niggas be like, yo, let me stay away from this white woman before I be hung by a fucking tree. On a tree or something. Nolan Wells. That nigga was probably fucking with a white woman, and one of those white boys got jealous and drowned the nigga. Can we be honest? That nigga wasn't built like that. That nigga was built like a fucking suburban kid.
And overwhelming victory, and it shows that the vast majority of the international community acknowledge that a grave horror occurred, which should never have happened.
A grave humanitarian crime, that is what the UN now calls it. The transatlantic slave trade ended centuries ago, yet its effects remain visible today. It took a UN resolution to acknowledge that much.
But what exactly does Ghana want? Is this about moral awareness or real compensation for centuries of injustice?
The Ghana-led resolution demands the return of stolen cultural artifacts and financial restitution. It emphasizes tangible reparation, not just symbolic regret.
But the big question is, can financial payment heal the wounds of history?
To me, I think it should be money because apology, you can never know. Someone can just say sorry, but when he doesn't mean it.
I think we need to be given money.
Yeah, shout out to OG shout out to African man over there, because African man, he's like, yo, black Americans should get money. Hold on, let's hear him again, because I probably heard wrong.
I think it should.
The big question is, can financial payment heal the wounds of history?
To me, I think it should be money because apology, you can never know. Someone can just say sorry, but when he doesn't mean it.
I think we need to be given money.
Now, UN resolution.
Hold on. What this African woman means we. I'm going to say this, Africa, y'all should get a compensation. I don't think y'all deserve reparation. Compensation, yes. Reparation, no. And the reason why, because y'all was a part of the slave trade. You can't benefit off of black American slavery. Because there was only 4% of African Americans or black Americans that came that is from Africa that went to Africa. It was only less than 400,000 to 300,000. I'm not gonna say that. No, absolutely not. Niggas can eat a dick.
Carry no legal weight. So how does Ghana plan to make this vision real?
Especially when some nations involved in slavery abstain from the vote. Will we hear the mantra, our ancestors did it, not us, repeat itself?
That argument cannot hold. The international community has held current leaders, current institutions responsible for crimes committed by people belonging to another generation.
So Ghana insists this isn't about ranking atrocities, but about expanding global accountability.
Yes, restorative justice for victims of the transatlantic slave trade. That is our conversation today under the Baobab.
Hi, George.
Yes, we're ready. We can start.
Yes, of course. My name is Mime Foneu, and it's always a pleasure to have you with us under the Baobab.
Yes, and my name is George Okachi. A very warm welcome to you all. Here under the Baobab, we make Africa's complex issues personal and relatable.
And we do so every Friday of the week. We sit down here with policymakers, African leaders, politicians to talk about those stories that really matter.
Yes.
And we are urging our online community not just to be viewers or listeners, but to join the conversation by subscribing to our YouTube channel, DW Africa.
Of course, it is very important to join these conversations because they affect you directly. And today we are diving into Ghana's landmark UN resolution on the transatlantic slave trade, now officially recognized as, the gravest crime against humanity. Now, the UN resolution calls for restitution of looted cultural heritage, reparations, and a rethink of, historical accountability, Mimi.
Accountability is very important, accepting that you did something, before moving forward to, reparations and so on. And to help us dissect this new chapter in Africa's history, Ghana's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Minister Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa, joins us under the baobab today. George, many people are just thinking that, transatlantic slave trade exists only in history books. You remember when we were in primary and secondary schools, we taught about this. Yes. So let's try to break it down now. During the agrarian and industrial revolutions, Europe and North America built their foundations on the backs of African labor. And we are talking about between 12 to 15 million Africans who provided free labor that drove Europe's development at the expense of Africa.
And Europeans operated a brutal system where they captured millions of...
Like, I get what they're talking about, but they can't get mad at Black Americans. And this is more of a Black American thing, is because they're trying to reap the benefit off of selling slaves. Ghana sold slaves. And I have to be honest, I fuck with y'all niggas from Ghana. But y'all was a part of the problem. Y'all niggas was a part of the problem. Ghana was a part of the problem. This is why a lot of Black Americans push back on them like, yo, my nigga, you was a part of the problem. You was the ones who sold slaves. If you're gonna start off with anything, you should apologize. Ghana should apologize. The whole Western Africa plus Central Africa should apologize. Because don't forget, there was a genocide because a lot of Central Africans sold Africans to Asia, and they killed them off and they castrated them. So like, we can't act like this shit ain't happened.
Africans and shipped them across the ocean to work as slaves in Americas and Europe. Now, the system lasted for centuries, Mimi, and the immense suffering, lives on to today.
Yes, when we talk about labor, it looks like it was just labor that was paid. It was free, forced labor. Europeans and Portuguese.
Cap. She's already lying. It was a transaction. And she's lying. Y'all niggas got spice, y'all niggas got weed, y'all niggas got alcohol, y'all niggas got guns. They're lying right now. And I can't do that to them because at the end of the... Oh my God.
British and Spanish traders exchanged goods such as guns, clothes, and alcohol with some. The key word here is some African leaders for enslaved people from the West and Central Africa. And Ghana,
She's lying again. A lot of y'all. It wasn't only some. There was a lot of them. And I don't like these people. I don't like Africa playing these trick words. It happened. It happened. And at the end of the day, put it this way. Let's say Black Americans get reparations from Africa and America. Black Americans is not going to leave y'all niggas hanging. We're going to help build Africa after we build America. It has always been like that. We know that there's money in Africa, but at the end of the day, y'all have to figure it out with the Europeans holding y'all niggas hostage.
Had to play a very central role as a major coastal hub on West Africa's Gold Coast.
Yes, and what our viewer and listener must appreciate, more than 3 million enslaved people passed through Ghanaian ports, like, the Cape Coast, before ships carried them to the Americas for plantation labor. And now some of these sites now, Mimi, they stand as...
That's cap because only 400,000 Black Americans went to less than 400,000 Black Americans went to America, United States of America.
UNESCO World landmarks in Ghana.
Of course, and of course, it could be UNESCO heritage, but when you still look at these sites, they remind you of the horrors of the history. And Ghana has also was involved, but countries like Benin, we have also Nigeria, we have Angola, we have Senegal, we also have Cameroon. They played huge part.
Yeah, and she's right about that. A lot of those people were, they were accountable. Now the question with her is, are they gonna pay for what they did, even though their countries are in shambles? That's the thing. Their countries are in shambles. So what can they do so much? Because Black Americans is on top, So I'm not saying that they don't need to pay, but at the end of the day, they need to give something up.
Ghana's history places it at the center, and so does its leadership today. But can a symbolic UN vote turn into real change for descendants of those that were enslaved? That's a very important question, Judge.
Yeah, Mimi, the vote itself was unprecedented. We must appreciate, and getting the support of over 123 countries. That was, a massive support and a backing, for the Ghana-led initiative, and it triggered, reaction across West Africa. And when we were sampling the reactions, because we've been speaking to people and hearing what people are saying, what comes out is, skepticism. And some are wondering, will this really yield any benefit at the end of the day? But some are so, happy about, the UN recognizing this as a, grave crime against humanity.
Which is very, very important, and I had to speak when I was speaking to Minister Ablakwa. One of the questions I asked him was, what concrete outcomes does Ghana expect from this UN resolution, given that the UN is not having any power, to implement, legal reforms? This is what Minister Ablakwa told us.
This has enormous significance. It is going to ensure that over 12.5 million of our ancestors who went through the door of no return, and the perpetrators thought that they will never return, they will never be remembered, there will never be justice. 25th March 2026 will forever go down as the day when the international community said no to impunity, no to forgetting the victims of the transatlantic slave trade, and agreed to create a framework that will ensure that reparatory justice is achieved.
So reparations remain highly contested globally. What practical form does Ghana believe reparations should take at this point in time?
So our resolution looks at reparatory.
All right, I'm gonna say this, everybody. I've been listening because I got the headphones on and stuff. And I get Ghana. They're trying to fix the problem. And I don't know how old this video is, but I feel like this. I feel if they want to hit reparations, they should help Black Americans first. After Black Americans, they should talk about everything that they have stole from them after they strong armed Africa. But you can't get anything done without Black Americans. This is what I have been saying, because at the end of the day, put it this way, even if they don't want to listen to me, they say, yo, I want to attack Europe for taking all our resources and all this other bullshit. The shit ain't gonna work, because they're gonna say, yo, you was in bed with us. But if they help Black Americans get their reparations, it would focus on them getting their reparations from Europe. But the only downfall, there's two downfalls about that. They can probably get reparations, but but they will have to pay Black Americans. And the thing about it, you would have to figure out what Black Americans that you have to pay. So if you don't know what Black Americans you have to pay, you'll have to pay everybody. Like, I'm gonna say this. Like I believe these Ghanaians, if I'm saying it right, it's Ghanaians. But I just feel, and this is just me, they were inclusive in the slave trade. They were inclusive in it. We can't figure out who just deserve. No, you could. So in America, you could figure it out because if you're Black American, if you have no immigrant, because you got to understand, Robin, you have an immigrant background. Black Americans don't have immigrant backgrounds. You can't say they're from this country, that country, this country, that country. No, and this is where you have to. Oh, this is where you have to pay the piper. Sometimes you just have to pay the piper because at the end of the day, you benefit off of it. Let me ask you a question, Robin. You don't think the Irish or the Germans or the British benefit off of white supremacy from against Black Americans? This is why I always tell you Black Americans don't separate the small hats from the white supremacy because at the end of the day they're white. Your people consider them white, and so they added on to the fuckery. Yeah, they're not your family, but at the end of the day, they added on, and you Robin, white supremacy and just having white privilege. You're good. You're good, and this is why I say, yo, a lot of white people complain and bitch and moan because at the end of the day, the game is equal. You might not see it, but multiple white supremacists or white people, the game is equal from blacks to Latinos to Asians to Caribbeans. The game is equal. So you might not get the benefits that you get because the game is equal. Everybody's getting a fair share of the game. Would you rather play the game that way, or would you play the game where you know what you get a little bit of a benefit? No, Robin. One thing I would never want you to say, and this is a Rosalind Perkins. A Rosalind Perkins, Ron Reed, but I don't want you to denounce your Robin. I know you're white. There's nothing wrong with being white. Never be embarrassed. Never feel bad about being white. I'm saying this and I'm gonna clip this. Never ever feel bad about being white because there's nothing wrong about being right. It's just you have a very bad history. You know, you have a very bad history, and it happens. But at the end of the day, sometimes you just have to pay the piper so you don't have to be in that situation no more. It's like, yo, I've been in that situation, but you know what? I am that person that learned from the situation. If these other motherfuckers didn't learn from the situation, that's on them. But at the end of the day, I'm trying to make the world a better place. Sometimes you gotta be on that type of bullshit, Robin. Sometimes this is why I say sometimes you have to dare become different. You know. So are you trying to dare to become different? No, Robin. Okay. How about this, Robin? Do you want me to be honest about why they put you down? Can I be honest with you, Robin? Why they put you down? I'm already. No, Robin. So the reason why them niggas put you down is because y'all niggas is treaty breakers. You're treaty, yo. Your ancestors, your peoples are treaty breakers. Y'all are treaty breakers, and not you, Robin, because you accept reparations. But a lot of these people don't accept reparations because they think reparations is going to be taken from them. But also, you got to understand, Robin, a lot of these white people don't want to be under black people. Let me ask you a question, Robin. Have you ever had a black boss? Can I ask you, have you ever had a black boss? You know, and I'm asking you this for a reason. You know, the reason why I asked you that question, I know my joint's going faster. The reason, so what? I'd break a single treaty in my life. Not you, Robin. Your ancestors. Sometimes, do you believe in the Bible, Robin? Do you believe in the Bible? So, and I'm gonna answer both of your questions. If you believe in the Bible, sometimes you reap what you sow because of your ancestors. You know, what you're going through right now is because of your ancestors, your forefathers. You can be a great person, Robin, but at the end of the day, it's not because of you. It's because of your forefathers. Sometimes you have to take on your forefathers. You have to take on your forefathers. And I'm. Please don't tell me that, Robin. Uh, we'll get Robin. No more. Don't talk no more. Let me finish what I'm saying. What I'm saying. Sometimes you have to take on the. Sometimes you have to take on the seed of your forefathers. If you get what I'm saying, your seed of your forefathers, and the reason why you have to take on the seed of your forefathers because sometimes it doesn't go to your forefathers, but it goes down the root to you. You're fine. You're not gonna go through half that shit, but you will listen to a lot of the shit that's going on, Robin. Now the question now to for life to go a little bit easier, just try to understand, Robin, why these people feel this way. Try to understand you try to understand people. I'm not trying to tell you to agree with them, but try to understand where they're coming from. And I'm not trying to tell you to follow them and be their best friends, but try to understand like why do they say what they say. I'm telling you why I say what I say. I told you like yeah, we're gonna once we get reparations from America, we're gonna go to Africa. You know, because at the end of the day, they're the ones who sold them, who sold Black Americans. You know, so no, I know. But I'm gonna say this: having a black boss, a lot of white supremacists or a lot of white people, they're not comfortable having a person of color as their boss and telling them what to do. Robin. So what they do, they make their life harder. So definitely remember that. And I'm talking about Arabs as well too. I seen these Arabs get a black man fired. So just keep that in mind, Robin. That and I'm not trying to tell you stress yourself out. Yo, you living the best life as ever, Robin. And I want you to see that you're living the best life. We do have these conversations, but and Robin, you shouldn't be worried because you approve reparation. You accept reparations. So stop putting a lot of stuff on yourself. As a big Brody as I am, and I'm using the retired Russell Westbrook's word Brody. I'm your Brody. Robin, I'm your Brody. I'm not gonna have you do that to yourself. You're good. You're a good person. The Bronze Reaper family loves you. We have always loved you. So like, not don't do that to yourself. You know? Yeah, you could kind of figure it out. Try to kind of figure it out, but don't try to like, fuck yourself over. I need you to think. This is why I asked you, what's the difference between smart and intelligent? I need you to be a deep thinker, Robin. It's cool to be smart and think fast and stuff, but it's gonna get you killed. I'm gonna be personally honest. Being a deep thinker, being a smart person will get you killed. Name all the smart persons. They all got killed by being, being being watched, being befriended by somebody that they're not supposed to be friend with, being just pay attention, Robin. I just need you to pay attention. All right? You know, we love you out here, but I need you to pay attention. I know Jesus. I know Jesus. Robin, just pay attention. Jesus Christ. This nigga said John Lemon. Robin, I don't care who you know. Just pay attention in life. Don't be the quick person to talk. Be the quick person to think and watch. And be the last person to talk. All right? I just need you to do that. All right? And I'm telling you, Jesus Christ. Robin, I'm telling you this that I don't usually tell white people. I only tell white wrestlers, white people who are in this type of lifestyle, who support black Americans. Because black Americans is just trying to get reparations. All this other stuff, we will help you with everything, Robin. But at the end of the day, reparations is very important to black Americans. So just remember that. I get it. I'm saying too much. You're not saying too much, Robin. You're saying what you're supposed to say. But at the end of the day, some of the stuff that you do say, keep it in mind and let people talk their way into what. Let them talk their way of answering your questions. Do you get what I'm saying? Robin, read Robert Greene. I need you to read Robert Greene books. Those books that I got up there, I'm reading the Human Nature book right now. But yeah, read all those Robert Greene. Robert Greene. Greene. Read Robert Greene books. I need you to read those, Robin. All right, and we can have a good conversation. Don't worry, niggas ain't against you. Jesus Christ. All right, but let's get busy out here. Let's finish.
Justice within a multiple framework. So it is not just about financial compensation, which is important and must be pursued, but there are also issues related to artifacts. There are thousands of artifacts looted from the continent. We expect all those artifacts to be returned.
Oh, hold up, everybody. I don't think y'all pimped that. I don't think y'all peeped that. No, you're not saying too much. I think, Robin, I'm gonna say this. Observe. Observe is very important. You're not a black American, so if you're not gonna know, if you don't know the lingo, you need to observe what the fuck is going on. I'm not trying to tell you to do the center shit when you make niggas feel creepy, but I'm telling you, like, yo, Robin, you're trying to figure out all of this. I know you're not racist. The family knows you're not racist. You're part of the family. Right now, Robin, I would say this. I'd rather you call me brother than Shabaka call me brother. You know? I need you to, Robert, honestly, yeah, you can pay attention, ask questions. I need you to ask questions because at the end of the day, you understand where Black Americans is coming from. Then you can know how to maneuver through this situation. But if you're deceptive, Black Americans is gonna figure it out. They're gonna figure it out. So anything I do tell you, we will figure it out. But this guy right here, he's trying to get compensation from his country. Ooh, excuse me. I got the hiccups though. He's trying to get the compensation from his country. Robin, try to read Niccolo Machiavelli. Try to read that book. Niccolo Machiavelli. If you like Tupac, that's who Tupac got the Machiavelli shit from. Illuminati and all that other shit. So definitely read Niccolo Machiavelli. But we're gonna finish this.
To the continent. We want a comprehensive return of all of these artifacts. Then there are also causes that we expect that reparatory justice will address. We are looking at education, skills training. We are looking at empowerment schemes for the victims of the transatlantic slave trade, their descendants, because they continue to suffer, to live in squalor because of the structural inequalities that slavery and racism creates. Then we are also looking at the current global architecture which continues to perpetuate discrimination, perpetuate racism, where the color of your skin determines the opportunities that you will get. All of those structural racism that continues onto this day. We want all of that addressed. So that is what this monumental UN declaration will achieve. And I can confirm to you that immediately after the success of this resolution, we have discussed within our broad coalition, we are going to set up a panel of experts to now move to the next stage. Remember that the African Union decided to dedicate a whole decade from 2026 to 2035 for us to achieve our destination.
Does this particular resolution risk deepening global divisions rather than building consensus? What do you think about that, Mr. Minister?
Not at all. When you have an overwhelming number, almost two-thirds of all member states of the United Nations, it is just a few people who have missed a golden opportunity. They have a second opportunity to come on board. And as we put together a framework that addresses the need for reparatory justice, the need to end discrimination and systemic racism.
So the minister has said it. If
Yes.
you missed out, or you abstained or voted against it, there's still an opportunity
Yeah.
to engage in shaping the reparations roadmap through our cooperation and also dialogue.
Yeah, which I find very tricky, Mimi, if you asked me. And just for context, 123 member states voted in favor of the resolution, and 3 voted against it. That is Argentina, Israel, and the United States.
Right.
And the United States and United Kingdom, for that matter, and all the 27 members of the Euro.
Yeah, Niccolo Machiavelli. It tells you. It tells. So, Robin, Niccolo Machiavelli. It tells you about the evil of. It tells you about the evil of humanity and people, just in people. That's why it has been banned for the last 200 years. I recorded. Yeah, Niccolo Machiavelli is yo. He said, "I'd rather be a sheep." Yeah, he said, I'd rather be loved than hate if I'm not both." Nicola, yeah, Nicola. No, he wasn't evil, but he had. You gotta understand. So, Robin, you gotta understand. Niccolo Machiavelli wasn't evil. He just understood life. sometimes you have to make those tough decisions where, bad shit gotta happen. That's what made him so great, because he been through the shit where how you are, or how you are, Robin, right now, that's how Niccolo Machiavelli was. And he said, like, yo, I have to adapt with society. They put him on a lot, they put him on a world where there aren't enough people where you gotta understand, Robin, Niccolo Machiavelli had to adapt to your society. He wasn't evil, and that's how this is the thing where, Robin, just read Niccolo Machiavelli. Don't assume. Just I'm helping you out. Don't assume.
European Union were among the 52 who abstained.
Right.
So I don't know how cooperation will happen in this
And
at
when
that
you're
stage.
looking at these countries that abstained or voted against, they're like the countries that were principally involved in slavery and slave trade.
That's true.
But also under the Baobab, we try to some sort of present both sides. We should note that the U.S. said that it is opposing the wrongdoing of the transatlantic slave trade and all forms of slavery. However, it does not recognize a legal right to reparation for historical wrongs that were not illegal under international law at the time that they occurred.
Yeah, which is a very
I've already had you up, Paul. I don't know what he wants with you. Paul, what's happening, man?
And Hill's my boy, so I was DMing him, telling you to let me up.
Oh,
But
so what did he want you to say? Shit, he wants you.
no, nothing crazy. I mean, so you, so, but you asked Hill why he didn't go back to India. Why don't, like he said, why don't you go back to Africa? And
I'm not
if you're for that foundational Black American, why don't you be a foundational African?
because I'm not from Africa.
You're from where?
Here,
You're from here.
I'm from here. I'm a foundational Black
So why'd you ask me my lineage?
because you were an immigrant. You come from an immigrant background.
So you're not an immigrant?
Hell no. Immigrants don't build whole nations and stay in them. That's not what immigration is. That's the foundation, sir.
No. So if I'm an immigrant.
Come from an immigrant background.
So you're not an immigrant?
Hell no. Immigrants don't build whole nations and stay in them. That's not what immigration is. That's the foundation, sir.
No. So if I'm an immigrant, and so slavery, which is super unfortunate. I don't want anyone to think I'm like super racist. I'm not super racist. All right. So it was a super unfortunate time. Unfortunate's an understatement, right? But so if I'm an immigrant to the U.S., right, to this before it was the U.S.
Oh,
And I bring you.
you struggling to crowbar this, boy. You struggling, but go ahead. Let's hear it.
I'm not struggling.
You kind of struggling. Go ahead.
I'm not. But how are you not a U.S. citizen? Like
How am I what?
you're not a U.S. citizen.
How am I? Yes, I am.
Okay.
What,
So
how would I not be a U.S. citizen? What are you talking about?
no, because you keep balance beaming on shit. Like you tell a Naheo to go back to India to build something, but you won't go back to Africa to build something.
I'm not from Africa. Nobody in my family's from Africa. If I,
Nobody in my family fucking enslaved you, and you still want reparations, bro. Like what are we talking about?
the U.S. I'm not going knocking on people's doors asking for a reparations check. We're going to the U.S. government, sir. The U.S.
Well, some of your followers are commenting on my post asking for reparations.
Not from you. Not nobody's going to your trailer park knocking on your door. We're going to the U.S. government for the reparations.
Shit, I wish I lived in a trailer park, bro. Life would be a lot easier.
You and your meth. It's okay, but we're going to.
It would be a lot easier.
We're going to the U.S. government. Why do you have such a problem with that?
I don't have a problem with it personally because I'm not paying it.
You who?
I said I don't have a problem with it because I'm not paying it.
Well, the government is. You ain't got a choice. What you mean you?
Trust me, Tariq. You know it too. The government's been paying reparations for a little bit, and y'all haven't been doing shit with it.
You?
The government's been paying for a little while, and y'all haven't been doing nothing with it.
What you got in the form of reparations?
Welfare. Ever heard of it?
Yeah,
I'm sure you have.
heard of Owsley County, Kentucky? Beneficiaries of welfare.
Yeah, no. I think any bum.
Oh, nothing. Y'all get more welfare and food stamps and EBT than anybody, sir. Let's not go there. Where's Dan? I saw my brother Dan up here. I got to get Dan up here.
I think anyone white or black on welfare is a disgrace to this nation.
You got a whole
I'll tell you that.
graceful people.
White or black.
A lot of y'all people, and I'm in Tulsa, Oklahoma right now, and it's a bunch of y'all.
I'm in Dallas, Texas. Let's figure it out.
that far. It's a bunch of you hillbillies are welfare methed out here right now, and I'm looking at them. This is your community is methy as hell, by the way. It's real methy out here, sir.
That's funny because every time I leave Highland Park, I see a bunch of Negroes on the side of the street asking for money.
Where in Dallas? Dallas got a lot of well-to-do black people out there, sir. So I don't know what you're talking.
Yeah, we got a lot. We got a lot of.
Sir, in Texas, I was in Texas too. Yeah, y'all out there hillbillied out, no teeth, on meth, running to your damn trailer park too. So I don't know what you're talking about, sir.
We also got.
You also got what?
You hear me? We also got a lot of respectable black people.
Yeah, I know that.
A lot of black people I can respect.
I know that. Right, and I don't disrespect you because you're on meth.
You're divisional.
Just because your teeth are missing and you're on meth, you're not a bad person.
I'm not on meth, bro. You got to let
your community, sir. I'm saying some of the people in your community. That's all I'm saying. Man, so anything else, sir? Because you're kind of talking in circles, Paul.
Yeah, I mean, anyone would be talking in circles when you're muting me every 30 seconds I talk.
Yeah, but you're just not
okay.
Say anything. We got to.
Well, you're not giving me a chance, Tariq.
Have
right?
order, Paul. We got to have order. This ain't a meth lab where you just run amok. You got to have order. We got to have.
No, Tariq, you're interrupting me every time I come up with a point. So
what's your point? Any last words? Go ahead, sir.
I don't have a point. I'm just saying you're super divisional with what you're saying, right? So you're telling Anejo to go back to India. Anejo
tell him to go back. I asked. He said how smart they were, and I said
muting me. See, you.
But you told a lie. I'm a third time in this nation. If I have, because you.
Why haven't you felt some like family, like gravity, right? Why are the blacks like the least likely to make a family? What's the argument there?
What kind of